a necessary tool. It has become a necessary tool to manage your emotions and learn how to manage other people, understand other people's emotions. EQ has become the IQ of the day. You grow genetically being intelligent. It's either you have it or you don't. But with emotional intelligence, it becomes an area where you can actually grow. We don't all grow with emotional intelligence, but we work at it on a daily basis so that it becomes something transforming, something that is evolving in our lives. We'll learn how to manage complaints. When people come and raise an issue, how are you perceiving, how are you understanding what they're talking about? Do we know how to ask the right questions for the right reasons? Sometimes we ask questions just because we need to ask questions, but is that a question that's necessary? So we're going to see what are the situations or scenarios where we need to ask questions, and what kind of questions should we ask. We're going to learn and understand feedback management, receiving and giving feedback, especially when the feedback is not in a positive way. Uh, Feedback needs to be given continually because it's what makes us grow. Whether it's positive or negative feedback, it's important for us to know how to receive and manage and give feedback to each other. How do we prevent misunderstandings? By clarifying our intentions and avoiding common mistakes that will escalate an issue that could have been resolved in such an easy manner. So these are some of the objectives that we're going to handle. And as we go along, if you have a question, you could put up your hand or put in the chat box. I'll be able to see it and comment accordingly. So let's start off by some of the facts that we have globally. The first 7 seconds of your life, of your interaction with anyone, are the ones that make a better, a positive or a negative impression. It's in the first 7 seconds. And it will take 5 positive encounters to cancel a negative impression. So imagine when we are meeting the first time and I brush you off, it will take me at least 5 more encounters with you that are positive to brush off that first negative impression I created. So it's important to understand what are we communicating, how are we communicating, and who are we communicating with, so that we know how we're going to best have the interactions that we want, positive interactions on a daily basis. In ICA Africa, you're not only having people from one country, you're having people from different countries, the different cultures, different backgrounds. How are we being able to make sure that the first impression is a lasting impression and it's a good impression? So communication is key, and it is needed, it is necessary for us to be effective at it, so that we avoid all the common mistakes that happen in between conversations and relationships amongst us at the workplace and even in our social settings. Some other facts that we need to know is that 93% of how you're judged is based on your appearance and body language. 7% is the only part that people listen to because through your words, what you speak. But 93% of who you are is judged by just your appearance and body language. So it's important to learn what kind of body language are we putting out? What are we trying to communicate through our body language? When you're on the phone, 70% of how you're perceived is based on your tone of voice. So when you have a flat tone, you're already communicating that you're bored and you're being bothered. But when you're enthusiastic, you even spread out that energy to other people. So 30% on phone is the amount of, that's the amount that people take through your words. 70%, they're going to judge you based on your tone. They're going to tell you, today, Geoffrey, you sound off. Today, you're low. Rose, that's not your normal self. What's going on? Is this an issue that you want to talk about? And you wonder how they've picked something like that up over the phone. It is because of your tone of voice. So sometimes we need to learn how to control our tone and keep it enthusiastic, especially because you do not want to be misunderstood when you're talking to someone. So those are facts, and they're actually facts that cut across every sphere, every aspect of our lives. People are actually judging you based on your body language, your appearance, and tone of voice when it's on phone. When it comes to the business world, regardless of the mode of communication we're using, courtesy and professionalism will never go out of style. Regardless of whether we all go techie into the techie world and we stop having face-to-face communication, professionalism and courtesy is something that will never be run out by anything. We need to learn how to say please. We need to learn how to say thank you, excuse me, good morning. Some of these things that seem so seemingly insignificant are actually what matters. It's not what you say, but how you make other people feel. It's how you make people feel that will make them remember you. So how do you want to be remembered? Those are some of the questions that I would like us to have at the back of our minds throughout this day, so that we know what kind of impact are we leaving when we are interacting with other people. So let's define communication. I know we have so many dictionary definitions. If we Google communication, in fact, you'll find that 70% of what is Googled on a regular basis is about defining communication. People want to understand what really is communication. And I'd have you know that communication is not the words that come out of your mouth or the words that you're penning down on email or writing through a letter, but what is in the other person's mind. Think about it. When I'm already talking to you, I already know what I want to say, but I'm not in your mind. I'm not in your environment. I'm not in your setup. So I may not understand. I may not be able to pick whether you understand what I'm trying to say. All I know is what I know that I want you to hear. So when you think about communication, think about it from the other person's mindset. Are they in the right frame of mind to hear what you have to say? Are they in the right environment to actually understand what you're saying? Are they in the right setup in terms of even having rested well? Or are there too many distractions around them when you're communicating to them that will end up having you say that this person is not paying attention? So communication has to be looked at from the other person's mind. And the key to effective communication is producing a shift for the other person. When that shift of focus happens, you find that the other person becomes aware of what you're saying, will understand what you're saying, and will be able to take action on what you're saying. So whenever you're communicating, even across the board, across the countries that are being represented in ICA Africa, think about what you were trying to communicate from the other person's point of view, from the other person's mind. If you're, for example, talking to Munia, put yourself in her shoes and find out, is now a good time to call her? And will she be in a position to talk to me? If she's busy, could I wait and have this conversation with her later? Because then you want to shift that focus for her so she is able to become aware of what you're saying and understand it. Otherwise, it will just be a normal call. And Munia will note down what needs to be noted down and move on. But does that mean she's understood or will take action? You'll not know unless she responds. So it's important to think through what you want to say and then put yourself in that mindset. The perception of the person on the other end of your words is the most important person in the communication. How they perceive what you say. Because in your mind, it's already clear. You already know what you want to say, but you don't know what I'm thinking. You don't know how I'm perceiving it. Communication is how the other person will interpret what you say, not the actual words. And that is why we find ourselves being misunderstood, or sometimes people misread your intentions on how you said something or when you said or what you said. It's because of how they interpret it. So throughout this day, Think through interactions that you've had in the past that have ended up being either they've gone down south in terms of you're not communicating at all, or you've been misunderstood completely. Think through such scenarios and get to see what actually happened when the call started, or when that conversation started to when it ended. What was happening in between? Was a person paying attention? Were you reading their body language to understand if you're actually on the same page? Did they ask questions to clarify what you were saying? So some of these things have to be put in place so that communication becomes as effective as possible. And when you shift your focus from what you're saying, what you want to say, to what the other person is understanding, your capacity for impact and effectiveness becomes bigger. So you as a person, you and I need to shift our focus from what we want to say to what the other person will understand. And that is why they normally say that even when you're communicating to children, you don't expect a child to come up to your level. You're the one who comes down to their level. You shift your focus to how they're going to understand what you're trying to say, so that you break it down into bit-size chunks. You break it down into language they can understand. Using big words may not necessarily mean that people will understand what you're saying. So it's important to shift that focus. And it's critical to remember that when you're speaking, they're not hearing what you're saying. Chances are they're reading your body language, and they're just looking at how you're dressed. Sometimes you could stand in front of people and all they're thinking is, those shoes are very nice. That's a very nice tie. That shirt looks very nice on you. And when you tell them, have you heard what I've said? And they'll ask you, please repeat. Please repeat. I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. Why would something like that happen? And it's because most of the time they're not hearing what you're saying. So shift focus and say what you want to say from an understanding of the other person that you're trying to communicate to. And that is why even when you're doing a public speaking scenario, you need to think through the audience that you have. If you're having audience from all over the world, you need to make sure that the kind of language that you use will be language that will be understood across board, regardless of where the people are coming from. Don't use biases. Don't have stereotypes that will put people into boxes, because once you put people into boxes, you miss out on the diversity that is being presented in that setup. So always remember, they're not hearing what you say, but you need to put yourself in a position to understand that the other person that you're trying to communicate to. They're processing your words based on their frame of mind, their frame of reference. So communicating from a point of authority may not necessarily be effective communication. Yes, you're in authority, but what are you really trying to say? Do you understand the audience that you have? Do you know the audience that you have? And at the workplace, for example, when people are reporting to you and you need work done, you need to shift the focus from you need that work done and understand the person or the team that you're talking to. What do they require? What are the tools? What are the support? What is the support they require to get that work done? So that when you're communicating, you already have that in mind. And you'd be able to give them this, offer the support or the tools that are needed for that task to be completed. So it's all in a whole, a different shift, a focus and understanding that it's not what you're saying, but it's what the other person is perceiving and understanding. So a famous saying that says, focus on the impact of your words versus trying to get what you want to say out of your mind and your mouth. Focus on the impact of your words. This is how we become effective. Putting yourself and trying to understand the person that you're communicating to. What's their frame of mind? What is their setting, their environment? What are they thinking? So that when you put out those words, they're actually impactful. People will understand. People will seek clarification even. for the areas that they've not quite understood what you're trying to say or do. Ideal scenario for communication is having someone think through. You have a thought of what you want to say, and you actually say it to the other person on the other end. And ideally, the other person should understand you and actually tell you what you need to know or give you the feedback that you need. So in such a scenario, in this example that I have, this is someone who has thought about a deciduous healthy tree that provides shade. That's what they're thinking. That's their thought process. They need a tree that is healthy and provides shade, a deciduous tree that is healthy and provides shade. So they say, can you find me a good tree? But remember, their thought was a deciduous healthy tree. They're being very specific on the kind of tree they're looking for and what that tree will offer. But how they say it is, can you find me a good tree? So the person who is receiving that question will say a deciduous healthy tree that provides shade. This is what they hear. But what they say is there's a tree that is perfect for your needs right outside, because they've just thought about it. So now, because you've actually thought about it and communicated the exact thought you're having, and they've understood your thoughts, they're able to tell you, yes, I know that kind of tree and I know where it is, and I will be able to get it for you. So you're understood. Ideally, that's how communication should work. But that's not how it works on a daily basis. Why? Because we have so many distractions going on. We have so many thoughts going on in our minds. There's so many things going on around us that interrupt our thought process. And so I'll think it, but I'll not necessarily say it. So what happens? We get interrupted. People start having incomplete communication. You'll have to deal with a reserved Roseanne. And this is a person who doesn't share any personal details and withholds communication. But she's communicating to you. But she's saying what she's not saying. She's saying it, but she's not actually saying it. She'll tell you, today I'm going to be a bit late, though not so late, but I'll be there. She's saying something, but she's actually not saying it. She's not sharing, she's withholding information. She's not sharing everything about herself so that you're able to understand her. Then you have a distracted donor. And this is a person who has a lot of internal dialogue happening. Did I close the door? Did I feed the dogs? Did I take the kids to school? Am I supposed to have a meeting at 1 o'clock? And at that time, we're having a conversation with Dr. Sifa, but there's so much going on in her mind that she lost track. She even didn't hear what I asked. Or she's thinking about other things and not paying attention to the other person who's speaking. And this makes communication become incomplete, because I may have said something, but she'll not have received it, or she'll not have caught what I said. Then we have the Wendy, the wall of words. Wendy, the wall of words, the person who is just about me, myself, I. So even when you're talking to that person, they will ask you, does my head look too big? Does my forehead look too big? Yesterday, I went shopping and I found some really nice things in this supermarket. At that point, the supermarket has nothing to do with what you're trying to communicate to them. But that's their frame of mind. It's about me, myself, and I. So they'll never see or hear anything past themselves. And if that's the kind of person you're communicating with, you'll always have a clash. You'll always have an area where you're not being able to get through to them. You're not being effective when you're communicating with such people. Understanding and learning the kind of people you're working with and the people around you helps you understand and shift the focus so that you communicate to them based on how you understand them. All right? So there are different cycles that can come up with incomplete communication. And some are where you think about remember we started with a deciduous healthy tree that provides shade. So this is where it becomes incomplete. You think it, but what comes out of your mouth is, can I get a tree? And the person receiving this question or you're communicating with will have so many thoughts running through their minds. I am so tired, I need a coffee break. I am hungry, my feet hurt, I've not slept in days. I have not seen my family for so long and I need to travel over the weekend. Please note, you're still communicating and you're asking them, can you get me that tree? But there's such a huge thought process already in their minds. So they'll say, okay, you will think they've understood what you said, but they didn't because they were in their own thoughts. So in this point, you as the sender, you will send the message, but the listener is not attentive. They're not paying attention. They're not forthcoming. So you think your listener has heard because they said okay, but that does not necessarily mean they understood what you said. Therein lies a misunderstanding that can come out. Therein lies an action that was supposed to be done that will not be done. What happens? It brings tension within the workplace, within teammates, within people in their social setting, because then the impression that you're giving is that you never listen or you never do. Then there's a second cycle where you're still thinking about the healthy tree that will provide shade for you. And you still say tree. You don't confirm that you want an actual healthy tree that is providing shade. When it comes to me, the receiver, I'm thinking about a tree that has fruit. It could be sorry about that. It could be a mango tree. It could be a tree tomato. So at that point, I'm thinking trees, fruit tree. Or I'm thinking trees are scary, monster tree from my childhood. I had a nightmare about this tree that came to bite me and ate me up. So at that point, I'm thinking tree, but thinking in a you've thrown me off completely to remember a childhood memory that I would rather forget. So I'll say tree. Okay, yeah. I'll get you a tree. But remember, my thought process has not understood what kind of tree you're talking about. And then you, the sender, will assume because she has said tree, she understands what she has said. Have I really understood? Sorry about that. Let me just connect the lock. All right. So you assume again that I have understood because I have said the word tree. But have I really understood? No. Because there's too much going on in my mind. And that is why it's not what you say, it's what the other person will understand, how they're going to perceive what you're saying. Another cycle that comes in, remember the deciduous tree that I was thinking about from the word go? I still say tree, but I don't confirm, I don't specify what kind of tree I'm looking for. Then now you interact with a person who is asking, what kind of tree? What is a tree? I don't even know what a tree is. I've never seen a tree. I don't know. I don't want to look stupid, so I'm not going to ask. And you see, that's a problem we are having, especially in workplaces, where we don't want to look like we don't know. We don't seek clarification for information that is being given or instructions that have been given. And then we say, okay. We don't know what we are supposed to do, but we'll say, okay. So you'll find that the sender thinks you've understood or thinks you are on the same page. But you, on the other hand, are not sure exactly what you're supposed to do. So in that scenario, you'll find that you will go and do what you think you're supposed to do. But when you present it to say, for example, your supervisor, they tell you, this is not what I told you to do. Were we not in the same meeting and I gave you this instruction? Yes, but this is not what you have done. But here, the two parties assumed, there was an assumption that we have understood that this is the instruction, this is how it's supposed to be done, and it's supposed to be done and on my desk on this particular day. So the receiver becomes confused and will not look for clarification. So they'll do what they think they should do, not necessarily what it is, what the right thing that's supposed to be done. So this is how communication breaks down. This is how misunderstandings start. This is how people start now becoming rivals in the office, because I'm always telling you this, but you always do the opposite. I'm always doing this, but you always do this. And if you don't address that in time, it becomes a distance that can never be recovered. It becomes a relationship that will always be damaged because of perceptions and because of the way I'll start looking at you moving forward. So whose responsibility is it to ensure that the receiver understands? It is both the sender and the receiver's responsibility. There's what you can do as a sender to make sure that you're being understood. And there's what I should do as a receiver to make sure that I understand what you're saying. So what the sender can do is notice the receiver's body language. If I walk up to Timothy right now and I needed to discuss something very important about a report that was issued in the week or during the first quarter, and I find that he's having a very somber mood, is not looking upward, is not looking enthusiastic. I may want to hold back that conversation because maybe that's not the right time to have that conversation because of the kind of body language I've picked up from him. But I not only need to learn how to read the body language, but I need to ask, is this a good time to talk? Most of us sometimes will walk into your office and say, now I need to talk to you about this and this and this, not realizing that maybe you're just from a call that has been very upsetting. So chances are you're not going to listen. You're not going to be in the right frame of mind to hear what I have to say at that point. So as a sender, it is important, very important for us to learn how to read the other person's body language. Even if it's not one person, you can read the mood in the room. You can read the mood in the team so that your communication becomes effective. You can ask clarifying questions. What, when, how? Open-ended questions are the ones that allow you to have a discussion with the parties that are concerned. What do you think about those trees? For example, how would you do this if it were you? When do you think this type of tree is useful? When do you think you will be able to work on that report? What do you think about the numbers in the report? Do they make sense? Once you start asking clarifying questions as the person communicating, you're including me, you're involving me in your thought process. That way I become actively involved and I get to understand where you're coming from, your thought process, and chances are I will give you exactly what is needed because I've understood what you wanted, what you were trying to communicate. However, let's avoid the why question because sometimes it comes out as confrontational. Why are you not doing this? Why is this not done? Why is this pending? Some of this, the why questions, sometimes in our heads, we are coming from a very genuine, honest place, but from the receiver's end, the other person receiving your communication, they'll find that very confrontational. So it's important to avoid the why, go with what can we do? What do you think? When should this, when can this report be done? How do we approach this? How do we make sure that we have everything in place by Friday? They disarm me as the receiver, and I'm able to have a conversation with you. I feel safe to approach you to have that conversation and seek clarification. As the receiver, the person who's on the other end, always seek clarification for what you're not clear about or what you don't understand. Again, open-ended questions and not closed questions. Closed questions are the ones that are either yes or no. Open-ended questions will allow you to have a discussion with the person. So what kind of tree are you talking about? You want a tree, okay? What kind of tree are you talking about? I'm sorry, please repeat that. I was distracted. Would you mind repeating that? How are you thinking of using the tree? I need it for shade, okay? So if it's not a healthy tree, but it can provide shade, is that okay? So that you know, even when you're out doing that task, you are doing it from a point of understanding that yes, it doesn't have to be a healthy tree, but it needs to provide shade. When do you think this type of tree is useful? So all these questions, as the receiver, are questions you're going to ask for your own understanding so that that task can be completed the right way. Double check that you've had the right thing. I heard you say about trees. Tell me more about those trees. What exactly do you need the trees for? Again, if you ask, why do you need the trees? You will also come out as confrontational. So why is a question to avoid. Engage with what, when, and how as much as you can when you're having these communications with people around you. Now, that being said, I would like to ask a few people to tell me scenarios where they've had trouble communicating with people. And based on what we've covered, what do you think has come out from this information that makes sense now to you in terms of, oh, maybe that is why we were not communicating? Could I pick on Arnold? Arnold, are you there? Arnold, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Have you had scenarios where you seem not to be communicating with someone, and does this make sense in terms of maybe the person was not in the right frame of mind, or I was not actually communicating what I thought I was communicating?
Yes, I have come across such scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I like from what you've just mentioned is that both the sender and the receiver have a big role to play.
Yes.
So I've happened to be in this situation, and all I was doing, which was wrong, was to blame the receiver. And I understand I should have also made sure that I communicate effectively. I clearly communicate what was in my mind.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think what you said makes really sense.
It
And
does make sense.
yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Could I hear from Sakila? Thank you. Welcome to the call. Hello, Sakila, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had
Sorry for the
instances?
name. Excuse me?
Have you had instances where you've either not been able to communicate effectively with someone, and does this make sense as to some of the reasons why this happens?
Yes, especially on the receiver part.
Yes.
Yes. When I told somebody to do something, and then after that, she or he comes with another something that I didn't say, no matter. He even doesn't ask Koguti. Sorry, so there's some noise that is distracting me here. So
There's an echo.
yes. Just wait for a moment. Sure. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you for the patience. Oh,
You're
okay,
welcome.
yes. Yeah, sometimes we have a problem of not asking clearly that whether we did understand the question or the assignment that we have been given.
Yeah.
It happens sometimes as I was a receiver for a certain assignment.
Yeah.
So I don't like I did understand what the manager said, but I came with something else, and then he confronted me with why I didn't ask if I did not understand the question or the assignment that he gave me. And I thought like, I said, I thought I understood what you said. So that's why I didn't ask questions. So now you have opened my mind, especially on the receiver part, where I should ask questions, or the
Yes.
person, I should confront the person that I'm assigning to do a certain assignment,
Yes.
whether he did understand the question or not.
And it does not paint any bad picture on you for seeking clarification. The reason you're
Yes,
seeking clarification is because you want to get it right the first time.
yes, and and it makes the job easy, or the assignment so easy to complete.
Exactly. And the time you'll spend will be shorter
Yes, that's
working
true.
on the assignment or the task that is at hand, right?
Yes.
And I think it cuts across board. It's not anything unique to you. It cuts across board to all of us. Sometimes we think we've understood, and then we don't ask questions. We end up doing the wrong thing. Then it becomes a back and forth or a blame game that never ends. So to avoid that, it's important to understand we both have a role to play, the sender and the receiver. Make sure that I communicate and make sure that I seek to understand that you know what I want you to do, and you also seek to understand that you've understood what that task is about. That way, you're even building trust between the two of you. That yes, by the way, we are getting to a point in this relationship at work where we understand each other, which is the most important thing when it comes to especially assignments or tasks that need to be done, and the ones especially that are urgent and sensitive.
Yes.
Yeah.
It also depends on the relationship that you have with your staff as a manager or as an employee,
Yes.
because sometimes you are afraid of asking the question because, yeah, oh no, he's my manager, so I don't have to ask questions. I have to take what he says,
Yes.
or he says is. So that's the problem that some kind of we are facing, especially in the workplace. But
Okay.
then it tells us that we have to be transparent to each other, uh, whether actually we have to transparent and be friendly to each other, as
Yes.
much as we can observe our positions at work. But we just make sure that if there's a certain task that needs to be done, we have to be clear on that task.
That is true. And this is
Yes.
where empathy and emotional intelligence also play a role, a big role for that matter, where you learn
Yes.
in your position how to manage your own emotions and manage other people's emotions. Once you get that and start working at it, you'll realize that this becomes very easy to do. You no longer will look at it as you're not going to ask questions from a point of fear. You're not going to look at your line manager or your direct report from a point of fear. You're going to understand them from being in their shoes, trying to put yourself in their shoes so that you understand what they're actually saying or not saying. And it helps. You'll
Yes.
notice that some of the small things that we're going to learn, once you start putting them into practice on a daily basis, it will really improve the relationships that we've been having at work. Thank you so much, Sakila, for that. Could I hear from Sylvia?
I think the scenario that I will give in relation to what we have learned today.
Yeah.
You find that somebody wants to get information out of you, but as a result of bad communication, they are starting with blaming.
Yes.
Somebody tells you did this and this and this without requesting that, like the way you have communicated to us. Let's avoid the why questions, because why questions are confrontational.
Yeah.
Somebody says, why did you do this? Why did you do this? Why did you do this?
Yeah.
Minus asking that, did this happen?
Yes.
I think we should begin with asking that, what happened to this? Or
Exactly.
exactly did this happen?
Yes.
And if it happened, why did it happen that way? But
Exactly.
if you begin with a why question, why did this happen? So why was this done like so, without first finding out that this is why this happened like so, this is why we did this like so. So I think the why questions are really supposed to be avoided. And
Exactly.
this has been always been used by most leaders, but it is a lesson today.
It's a lesson for all of us. It cuts across board. Even as a person on the receiving end, don't go out with the why question. You can go out with, when did you need this report? On Friday. The reason I'm asking is because this and this wasn't clear. Could you take me through this again? The way you approach it makes or breaks how that communication will go, how that task will end up being done. You'll notice that when you have open-ended questions, you allow yourself to open up to people. You allow conversation and discussions to happen. You become approachable when you start with open-ended questions. The moment you do a why question, it closes you up, because it's either someone did it or didn't. And if they didn't do it, they're going to cover their tracks. And you don't want a scenario where it's a daily occurrence of you having such confrontational conversations. It becomes very emotionally draining. So to avoid that, let's understand that we all have a role to play when we're on the sender end and also when we're on the receiver end, because there are people who sometimes are reporting to us and we are also reporting to other people. It becomes a cycle, and that cycle needs to be effective. All right. Thank you so much for the guys who contributed. So I'd like us to get into different styles of communication, because once we understand the way we communicate, then we begin to gain control of how we say things, how we want people to perceive or understand what we are saying. So we have about four different styles of communication. We have people who are very passive. We have people who are passive aggressive. We have people who are aggressive and people who are assertive. So we need to know through these different styles, which style fits you the most, so that you know when to use which style. Sometimes you need to be a bit more assertive, and sometimes you need to be a bit aggressive. Sometimes you need to be a bit passive aggressive. So once you understand them and the traits that come with them, then it helps you even learn yourself. Self-awareness is one of the key areas of emotional intelligence that we have to work at on a daily basis, and intentionally so. So that the more you understand yourself, the more you become an effective communicator. So if you look at the passive style of communication, these are people who are emotionally dishonest, they are indirect, they are inhibited, they are self-denying, they blame, and they are apologetic. So some of the phrases that you'd find a passive style of communication having is they always consider others' rights and needs over theirs. So these are people who you can easily become a pushover when you're passive at work or even in your own social circles. If people see you as a passive person, they can push you over very easily. When you become when you think about passive aggressive style of communication, these are emotionally dishonest, indirect, self-denying at first, then self-enhancing at the expense of others later. So they would make a subtle comment, a subtle comment like, "I subtly make clear that my rights and needs prevail." So they will be passive but a bit aggressive. So these are the kind of people who are willing to run you under the bus. We were working with you, Sylvia, then a task was not completed, and I throw you under the bus and I shift the entire blame game to you. And I say, by the way, I did my part, Sylvia didn't do her part. Now, these are the kind of people that you need to be aware of so that you know how to work with them. Because otherwise, you're going to constantly be in constant fights with such people. Now, the aggressive ones are the ones who are very inappropriately honest. They tell it as it is. They don't think through the emotion or whether they're hurting you. They just tell it as it is. They're very direct. They're very expressive. Sometimes they appear very attacking, and they can be very blaming. They like control, and they do a lot of self-enhancing at the expense of others. So this is someone who would come off and say, I boldly insist that my rights and needs prevail. So it's about me, myself, and I. I come first. The rest of you can come later. Now, it is not a good thing. Sometimes it may need to be applied in certain situations, but it's not the best style of communication that you need to have. Because even, especially if you're reporting, if there's a team reporting to you, you do not want to be the aggressive type. Because yes, you'll have a team, but they'll not be loyal. You'll have a team, but they'll not respect you, they'll fear you. And there's a thin line between respect and fear. And I'd like us to all make sure that we're on the side of respect. Because when someone respects you, they'll do what it is that needs to be done to make sure that you shine, because they understand when you shine, we all shine. When they shine, you shine. So it's important to understand when are we being aggressive so that we actually catch ourselves and hold that. When you're being assertive, you're appropriately honest. You're very, you're direct, but you mind the way you bring out the point. You tell it as it is, but in a nice, kind way. You're self-enhancing, you're very expressive, you're self-confident, you're empathic to emotions of the other people involved. Now, assertive leaders, assertive employees is what we are driving at. These are people who will say, I clearly express that we both need to have our rights and needs met. So it's not about me, myself, and I, but I'm also considering the needs of the other people. That I would find myself questioning, if I do this, what impact will it have to my colleagues? So that by the time I'm taking up an action, I'm taking it from that point of view. So when you have the passive communication style, you avoid conflict, you keep opinions to yourselves, you're very passive, you become easygoing, you become very patient, and you don't complain a lot. But now the problem is you tend to act somewhat not interested. You become, sometimes you become a hard read when you take up passive communication style. So instead of expressing your feelings, you keep them to yourselves. But the problem is, the more you keep your feelings to yourselves, one day you'll have a point of eruption. And I don't think that would be a pretty sight for anyone. And it's not uncommon for the people to have this kind of communication style, to have resentment building up. And that's why I'm saying you have to be very careful with how you're handling it, because it will either make you very resentful or make you not being will put you in a position where you're not being able to handle your emotions well. Remember, we are a work in progress. We are human beings, but we are a work in progress. Self-awareness is the start. Getting to understand who you are and how you behave and respond or react. When you get to understand yourself, you understand your personality. You begin to understand yourself in a way that you're able to let other people in as well. They are often misunderstood because of their lack of expressing themselves, and they tend to excel in resolving conflict. Passive communicators are the guys who will come and tell you, you know what, let's just agree to disagree and live in peace. They like that statement. I just want to keep the peace. So could we just agree to disagree and then move on? But has that solved the problem? Maybe not. So it's important to understand the negatives and the positives that come with being passive. And they also have the inability to say no. Passive people will always they'll take up more than they can handle, And that will end up giving them a lot of trouble at work, because then your assignments are not being completed because you're taking up everyone's request. When will you ever have to do your work? And this causes them to put in long hours. When you're supposed to be going home at 5 o'clock, you're there till 8 p.m. because you are not able to say no to Joy's request of helping her with some assignments. When you're an aggressive, when you take up an aggressive communication style, they become very opinionated people. And even as we go through these communication styles, think through the people you work with. You begin to understand who they are because you've interacted with them. You've understood, okay, the last time I had an interaction with so and so, they were quite aggressive, but now I understand. I'm beginning to understand where they're coming from. They don't mind saying exactly what's on their mind, even if it hurts someone. That's a problem with the aggressive people, the aggressive style of communication. And they are often loud and demanding. You know those people who walk into the room and they just start shouting from the door? These are people who are just having an aggressive way of communicating. And they tend to easily blame other people for mistakes, even their own mistakes. And they also question rudely. And then as a result of questioning rudely, you're also demanding that I respect you. So these are people who become a hard to deal with kind of person. And when controlled properly, they become very good leaders. If you're an aggressive kind of person, you can become a very good leader, but again, it boils down to self-awareness. You need to know that you're aggressive so that you only use it when necessary. You're able to have that ability to get other people to follow you. But then again, remember, you can always come out very opinionated. Sometimes you will say things that will hurt other people. Aggressive people will always be advocating for their own personal opinion. In the meeting, they're the ones who want their opinions to be heard. They have lots of hands-on communication. They're using a lot of their hands to express. They're very expressive people, and they're very confrontational. They don't mind a fight. Now, the passive-aggressive guys, these are the people who will fall right between being a passive and being aggressive. They're just a nice mellow between. They tend to keep their thoughts and feelings to themselves, but not as much as the passive communicators. So instead of outright stating their feelings, they will mutter under their breath. This is where I put a confession that sometimes I do that. Depending on the circumstances, you will find myself just muttering under my breath that I am not pleased with dealing with this person and I would rather just be elsewhere. But it's because it's a feeling I am having, but it's not a feeling that I necessarily want to share with people. They often use facial expressions that don't exactly correlate with how they're feeling. So someone will roll their eyes, but they're telling you they're happy for you. So remember, we need to read body language because sometimes your body speaks louder than your words are saying. And they're known to use a lot of body language to communicate. So these people are people to watch closely because then you can misunderstand them very easily. Then you have the assertive people. These are people who will assess the request. They're going to look at what are you asking. They'll ask questions so that they understand where you're coming from. They don't over apologize or give excuses. They take responsibility for their actions. If a mistake was done and I'm the one who misunderstood what you said, I'll come and tell you, you know what, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you said. And they look to the future and suggest alternatives. These are people who look at the bigger picture. They're like, okay, the mistake was done. Okay, but if we dwell on this mistake, are we solving the problem? No. Are we making the time shorter? No. Can we just fix the problem? I admit where the mistake was done and then move on. They're often viewed as the most effective communicators, and they tend to use the I statement a lot. I feel the need. I think we should. Because the moment you make it about you, then the other person on the receiving end will not feel like you're confronting them. because you're making it about yourself. It's what you are feeling. It's what that behavior has made you feel or respond. And they know how to express themselves, and in a way that won't make the other person feel belittled or unwelcome. Assertiveness is very key, and it's a good thing to have. A good thing is about assertiveness, it's something we can learn. And they vocalize their needs, but also taking into consideration the other person's needs. Now, in the workplace, we are all adults, but remember, we have different backgrounds. We all have been raised very differently. Some of us have been raised to earn everything that we have. Others have been raised with a silver platter on their hands. So you need to also understand where people are coming from, because when you understand that, then you know when to be assertive, you know when to be aggressive, you know when to be passive, and when to be passive aggressive. And during a conflict, an assertive person will seek a solution. These are the people who want a win-win situation for both sides. When you are dealing with an assertive communicator, they will always say, they'll have comments that start with the I statement. I feel that this way is the best way, but I'd really like to hear what your thoughts are on this. So they'll tell you what they think, but they bring you in, they reel you in so that you can also share your thoughts. They include you into that thought process. Yeah. So our communication style will affect how others will react and perceive us. So you need to understand or know your communication style and when to use which communication style so that it can reduce conflict. It can help you increase productivity and improve teamwork. Synergy and teamwork are two issues. They are very evasive. They are two skills or aspects that organizations are working towards on a daily basis, because it's a struggle. It's a struggle to get a team that has synced nicely. It takes a while. It takes intention. It takes a good leader and a patient one for that matter. So let's see what can we do at our own level and even at the level where we are interacting with our teams and our superiors. Now, when it comes to personalities, those are communication styles and how people will communicate. But then we all have different personalities, and there are these particular people at work. You just know this one just drives me the wrong way because of the kind of person they are. So there are about 4-5 personality types that I would like to bring to your attention at this point. And these are the first one is the driver. This is the guy who's action oriented. They prefer to communicate about how do we get the things done? What are our objectives? What are the results? They're looking at performance. They are very to the T, to the letter. In a group, they're the people who will tell you, show me how this affects our bottom line. If it's not affecting our bottom line, it's not important. And it is a task they will confidently take or not take if it's not affecting the bottom line. So if you're dealing with this kind of personality type, you need to know how to deal with them, because they have very inherent strengths that can help with the team, and they have weaknesses that we need to be aware of so that we know how to manage or help them manage themselves. They're good at decisions, and they make sure that they achieve what they have set to achieve. They're very efficient, and they look at moving ahead. Their inherent strengths are they're very independent. They don't need a push to get things done. They're very candid, they're very decisive, they're pragmatic, they're determined, they're efficient, and they're very objective. These are the good people to have when tasks need to be done, because they won't be blame game. This is someone who will take responsibility and run with it. However, their potential of becoming very dominating is very high. Their potential of becoming very insensitive is very high. And the driver in other circles would be the person we term as a choleric. You know those guys who tell you my way or the highway, we're going this way, either you're on board or not. So you have to be very careful with this kind of person so that they don't become domineering. Then there's the analytical guy. You know the guy in the group who will tell you what I need are practical suggestions. They want They want practical things. Don't give me theory. They want facts and figures. If the numbers don't align, they will keep telling you to repeat. If you have a boss who's analytical, you know, you've interacted with a boss who's analytical, you know that if the numbers don't add up, that work is not going to be accepted. So you even know how that kind of person wants their work done or presented. If it's a report you've been given to do by an analytical boss, you'll make sure that the facts are there, the figures align, you are to the letter. You make sure that everything that you're presenting is to the dot. These are people who are very process oriented, and they prefer to communicate about policies and procedures. What should we be doing? What does the policy say? They look at systems and organizations. They are good planners. They forecast. They look at, okay, in the next 1 year, this is where we should be. This is where we are at, but this is where we are focusing to get. How do we get there? So they start analyzing, and unfortunately, sometimes they can become very inflexible. So you have to be very careful, because it's a potential weakness they have. However, we need to maximize and utilize the strengths that come with these personality types. They're imaginative, they're very friendly, they're enthusiastic. These are people you want to work with in a team, of course. They're outgoing, they're very excitable and persuasive and spontaneous. But that does not mean that they overlook the figures and the numbers. So if the numbers don't add up and you have such a boss, he will make you repeat that work. However, they can be exacting. And in that matter, what happens is that when you have someone who's exacting, a task that should have been completed in 2-3 days can take a month or a week. Just because there's one particular aspect or one number that doesn't add up for them. So you have to be careful. If you're that kind of person, you have to draw a line, and you have to strike a balance so that work actually gets done and gets done within the right time. Then we have the expressor. These are idea-oriented people, and they prefer to communicate about innovation and change, new ways of doing things. They think outside the box. They're very creative. They look at possibilities. The impossibilities in our minds become their possibilities. They're always looking at things so positively, and they have alternatives, or they always have options. If this doesn't work, we can try this. If that doesn't work, they have A to Z kind of options, and they have concepts and grand designs. So these are the people who are big thinkers. They are big dreamers. And some of the inherent strengths they have is that they're very logical, they're thorough, they're serious and systematic, but they can be very critical, precise, and prudent. So in a group, these are the people who will tell you, I like competent, imaginative problem solvers. They'll think outside the box. So a task that is normally boring, you'll find them enjoying, because then they're putting fun in it. They're imagining the impact it will have, so that even when they're working on it, they are still enthusiastic about it. However, they can easily become very undisciplined, because work may not likely be done, and they can become unrealistic. Remember, they are thorough, but a task that has a deadline of 1 week could easily lie on their desks for 3-4 weeks. Not because they can't do it, but because they're over-imagining. They've already put in so many other tasks upon that main task that they're now focusing on the wrong thing. So the main task gets forgotten or gets delayed. So think about these types. Where do you fall in? And as you're thinking about where you fall in terms of, are you an expressor? Are you a driver? Are you an analyzer? Think through even the people you relate to at work. Where would you categorize them, so that you begin to understand, okay, this is why maybe we get along, or this is why we clash a lot. The relator are these people who are very people oriented, and they prefer to communicate about the needs and the motivation. What's the motivation behind that task? What need are we meeting? We are cutting costs so that salaries are paid. For example, we make sure that everyone's salary is paid and it's not restructured because of the pandemic, for example. These are people who are going to be very good team players. They have the team spirit. They dwell on feelings and beliefs, and they have values and self-development. They're constantly trying to develop themselves, and they dwell a lot on emotions. So you'll find that the relator is someone who may be having a very high emotional intelligence. Their relationships thrive even at work. These are people who hardly clash with others because they not only put their needs but also of the other people first. Such people are very cooperative. They're loyal. These are good friends to have. They're very supportive, but they are also very diplomatic. You'll never find them taking sides. They'll want to listen to both sides and then now make a decision. They're very patient, they're easygoing, and they're respectful. The potential weakness they have, however, is that they can conform very easily and they can become very permissive. So things that should not be, they find themselves allowing them to be because they're thinking or making a decision through as a result of an emotion, not necessarily that it's the best thing for the team. So they show they want people to show concern for them and for their problems, and they would do the same for the other person. All right. So when we look at the impact they have when it comes to decision making, a driver, when they have a yes, they run with it. They hit the road and they go running. When it's a no, they don't change their minds. They actually walk away. They'll tell you, no, thank you, goodbye. The analytical ones, when they make a decision and it's an agreeable decision, it makes logical sense. That's why they have said yes. But when it doesn't make sense, they'll come back and tell you, no, those numbers don't make sense. Come back to me when it makes sense. So these are people who will give you now a lot of back and forth if their numbers are not making sense. The expressors, once they make a decision to run with that idea, they will have they're going to look at the bigger picture. They'll say something like, this project is going to be a great advantage for our staff and customers. So I'm thrilled to get started with it. So if it makes sense, if it shows them a bigger picture of what is yet to happen or what will be achieved, they run with it. However, when they say no, they will tell you that your proposal didn't make sense. There are just a few areas that you need to adjust because they're not meeting all of our needs. So when you're dealing with an expressor, you need to make sure that you meet the criteria in terms of all the areas that they have mentioned need to make sense. Then if they make sense and they appeal to that bigger picture, you're likely to get an expressor to agree to that idea or to agree to that campaign that you've been trying to run. The relator would tell you, I think so. Let me discuss with the staff before we finalize. They always go back to the staff. They always go back to the team they're dealing with and want to hear their thoughts so that the team becomes the owner. They become the driver of that agenda or that campaign that is being run. These are people who are very good to work with because they'll always make you feel included in a decision. They'll always make you feel included, even in the organization. However, when they say no, they will tell you they know you've worked hard on that project and you wanted it to happen. They recognize that you actually made the effort. They just don't say no. They'll appreciate that you've put in effort. And that gives you morale. It gives you morale to keep going. So again, looking at how they make decisions will also help you know the kind of teams that you have and the people that you report to as well. Again, remember, we are looking at this different personality types and communication styles and seeing where do we fit ourselves and how can we fit other people that we interact with. So I'd like us to go into groups of about five people. And in this group, I'd like you to discuss amongst yourselves, where do you fall? What communication style do you normally find yourself using? Are you a passive communication style person? Are you an aggressive person? Are you a passive aggressive or an assertive communication kind of person, communicator? And what kind of personality do you find yourself mostly leaning on to? Are you a driver? Are you an analyzer? Are you an expressor or a relator? We need to understand where we fit in, because moving forward, there are some things that maybe you will see that need to be adjusted on the way you've been talking or handling other people. And by adjusting a few things, you'll be surprised as to how it becomes easier to communicate with other people. So, are we together? Geoffrey, are we okay?
Yes, we are.
So far, so good?
True.
All right, so I'm going to break you into groups of about 5. We have 17 people. So maybe it will be about 3 people each. And let's have a discussion for about 10 minutes. And then now we can recap and take a break at about 10:30. Is that okay? A thumbs up will do for us, so that I know that we're together.
In my group,
Yes.
yes, we feel that communication is good,
Okay.
and because you need to achieve what you want to achieve, along the line, you may change your personality and communication style.
Yeah.
Because what is the point in remaining a kind of communicator that is not achieving?
Yes.
So at least one of us who was an analyst,
yes,
and aggressive, she had to change her personality so that she can get the information out of people. And as for me, I said I was not part of I did not listen to the first part of the lecture.
Okay.
But the latter part, I'm a combination of a driver and an analyst.
Okay. And you realize that you don't have to stick to one communication style. It can vary based on the circumstances and the situation you find yourself in. So that you become flexible.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
That is why I am. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Akin, for that. Arnold, you were with Professor Maya?
Yes, I was with Prof. Maya.
Yes.
And we were discussing, and maybe apart from what the colleagues have just mentioned, one thing that I'll bring up.
Yes.
We also agreed, myself and Prof, that sometimes a communication style can be noticed in an entire community. We came to understand that, to the understanding that depending on the culture of the community, depending maybe on the story of the community,
yes,
people within that particular community can end up being either passive, either aggressive, either assertive communicators. So beyond an individual's communication style, we can also see the entire community's communication style. Yeah.
Exactly. And when you're able to read that and adjust, it becomes even more effective, because then you know this is why they're being aggressive. So when I'm approaching them, I'll approach them in a different way, so that we don't have a confrontation, but an effective discussion that can lead to good results.
True. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Melvin Kabenja.
Yes, for me, actually I had some issues later, but at the start, I think Munia, I was in a group with Munia, was actually a spokesperson. But
yes, Munia.
I started acknowledging, like you guys mentioned, that we find ourselves using a blend of the different types of attributes we had discussed earlier.
Yes.
And I think what I also remember that most people in our group were identified with being assertive.
Okay.
Communication skills, but yeah. And
all right,
on the personality types, I also feel like in the office spaces, you tend to you are bound to use all of them, but also I think in our personal spaces, there are is a difference in how we express our personality in our personal spaces.
Exactly. And later on, we're going to be looking at something we call the Johari window. And this is the 4 different panes of things that you know about yourself: your open space, the blind spot space, and the hidden space, and the unknown. They're things that you they're things that you intentionally want people to know about you. They're things that you hide or not share with people because either maybe the trust is not there yet, or there's no relationship per se, so there's no need to share so much information. Then there are those things that people know about you that you don't know about yourself. So we're going to look at different pains, because when you understand, remember, the key here is self-awareness. It starts with self-awareness before we even go to trying to understand other people, so that you see how and why your personality would change based on different setups, different environments. There's a way, even around your parents, there's a personality that you present. And it probably may not be the personality that you present around your colleagues. So it changes because of what you want people to see, what you want people to know about you. Monia, you were supposed to be the spokesperson. Thank you, Melvin, so much for sharing that.
Yeah. Yes. You know, we are living with different kind of personality.
Yes.
Even in our family, our environment, in our working, in our work. So we need to choose the best way to communicate with people.
Yes.
And confrontation and aggressivity is not the best way. We will not have any result when we use confrontation and aggressivity. So we need to have assertive communication. We need to listen to people, to hear people, to approach people in order to communicate more better with them. You know, even and you know, communicate with young people is not like communicate with old persons.
I agree.
It's very different. I had this experience. Now I have someone with I work with. This is a person who is older than me, and you know is close for retirement age, and you need to more to communicate more slowly and to explain him many things, but slowly.
That is
in
true.
order, yes. But you know, through the experience, you need to be more. You need to listen, to hear people. Yes,
that is true. The young generation is a generation that will ask you why. Why do you want me to do this? And why do you want me to do it this way? And I know another easier way to do it. So if you have a young team, you need to honestly understand them. Otherwise, it becomes a very tedious, emotionally draining relationship with such a workforce. So just understanding other people and putting yourself in their shoes as well, so that you get to a point where you're creating that synergy amongst yourselves. All right, thank you so much, guys, for participating in the breakout rooms and having those discussions. Again, we start the sessions by saying that we'll have a very interactive day, and that's the goal. Thank you so much for helping me achieve it with the first activity of the day. So it's now 10:40. I'd like to give you guys a break. You can have a tea break, a water break, bathroom break, and we can come back at around 11 a.m. so that we continue with the next session. Is that okay, guys?
It's okay.
All right, so we log back in at 11 a.m. We don't have to log out. We just leave our videos and audio on mute. Videos off and audio on mute. See you all at 11 o'clock. Enjoy your break.
Okay, thank you.
What can we do to make sure that that's where we are headed? We also need to understand and remember there's a thin line between assertiveness and aggressiveness. So you need to make sure that you're not being aggressive, thinking that that's what assertiveness is. So we'll share and understand a little bit about what assertiveness is. What does it look like? So that we know what it is. When we say we are being assertive, this is what we mean. So assertiveness, through the Mayo Clinic, it says that being assertive means that you express yourself and you stand up for your point of view, while you are also respecting the rights and beliefs of others. Now, if you don't acknowledge the rights and beliefs of others, if you don't acknowledge that other people actually have their own opinions and they're actually entitled to opinions, then you would come off to such a group of people as being aggressive, because then you're not taking their opinion or their concerns into consideration. But when you're being assertive, you're expressing yourself, but also putting their opinions into consideration, asking them, what do you think? I'd like to hear your thoughts about that area, because we may have expertise in an area, but that does not mean that we know everything. Every day we are learning. So we need to be open to a different opinion from someone else. It can boost your self-esteem when you're assertive, and it can reduce stress, because remember, when you're not being assertive, you're likely to say yes to many things that you should have said no to. You're likely to put in more hours because you were unable to say no in the first place. You're likely to be deemed or be considered a pushover when you're not. So, and this is why assertiveness needs to be where we need to work on and get to. It ensures that you're understood. People, what you're saying is understood, and it's delivered to those around. And this is because when you're communicating, you're also putting their opinion and their point of reference into consideration. It's a trait that we all need to have, not just as leaders, but also as individuals. We can win. That kind of attitude where you honestly believe that you can win. That attitude where together we can. Barack Obama's famous saying of yes, we can, because it's not an I thing, it's a we thing. When I win, we win. When you win, we all win. So making sure that you're sharing your honest opinion and not necessarily based on a bias that you have on other people. And at the same time, everyone on the team is respected. When you're being an assertive leader, yes, you need results. Yes, you need numbers, but are you understanding your team? Are you respecting them? Not because they work in that organization, but because they're human beings. From the word go, they've been human beings, and the human beings have emotions, they have feelings. They have good days, they have bad days, just like you. Are you able to show that respect, extend that respect to them? And when there's an issue, are you looking for a solution for it, or are you looking for someone to blame? Remember, you're not looking for assertiveness to become a leader. You're looking for assertiveness for your own life as well. When you're practicing it in your own life, it becomes so much easier to do it in the workplace. So assertive leaders are also able to build their confidence up because you have listened to, you've been listened to, you went and put out your honest opinion or honest feeling, and you ask people to share what they think. So you know their expectations based on the fact that you've opened up the space for them to share. You know what they're expecting. So it helps you handle aggressive or submissive team members very well, because based on that sharing, you'll see the people who are being pushed over. You'll see the people who are expecting that their opinion, and only their opinion, is the one that is being taken seriously. Now, like Sylvia had said earlier, that she's analytical, and because of her work, she needs numbers. So she's found herself in scenarios where she's become, she has to be a bit aggressive to get numbers out of the team. That being said, it does not necessarily mean that she needs to stay as an aggressive person. It just needs to show that she needs to know when to apply that. Because sometimes you might need to be a bit aggressive so that you can actually get the team to do something, but strike a balance so that it comes out as being assertive as opposed to being aggressive. So when you need everyone behind a plan or a goal, assertiveness is key. When you need people behind a goal, you don't come and put an instruction or a task out there and then you expect everyone to follow. Chances are you're the only one who understands it. So if you don't communicate it clearly and rally people behind it, then you will find yourself alone. So as a possible scenario is you have a killer idea for an upcoming sales campaign, you present it to your team, you listen to their ideas and suggestions. You'll be surprised that they're actually building up on that original. They'll come up with ideas, better ideas, or an easier, simpler way to do it. So it could be even as something as simple as, how do you track client interactions? With this sales campaign, how are you going to track the interactions that we get from the customers for the next 3 or 6 months? So the idea is that you not only got your team to support your plan, but they actually improved that plan for you. Remember, you're the originator of the idea. But when you presented it to the team, because you offered an open space for them to actually pick your brain on why did you think of the campaign to run like this, and they'll improve that plan. What you end up having is a stellar idea that makes money for the company or puts the company on a roadmap that you had not envisioned. Why? Because you actually involved everyone. But how were you doing it? In an assertive way. All right? When do you need to be assertive? When you're motivating your team. Sometimes we all run low on fuel. Sometimes we're driving and then you realize your gauge on the car, on the fuel area is showing that it's almost empty. Most of us, sometimes life can be hard, or tasks can be so daunting that you're running low on energy, you're running low on the motivation or that morale, that spark that keeps you going. Well, now when you come into an office and you realize that half of the team is running low on energy, you don't shout and back orders at them. You don't give them more work because you think that's what is ailing them. You need to become the person who can help them boost their morale. You need to become the person who can spark that passion back into them. So, for example, if you're running a team that you realize they like having outdoor sessions, plan a lunch, and a random lunch on a Friday when you're not so busy, and take your team out. And in that lunch, you're not talking about anything else. You're just enjoying the food and good company. You might be surprised that that is just the simple thing they needed to jumpstart them into a good space, a positive space where they are motivated to do what they're doing. Sometimes it may not cost money. Sometimes it could be that you all agree to go for a walk in one of the parks around your country or around the location you live. And you tell them, let's just meet on Sunday morning or Saturday morning and have a walk. Let's do exercises together. It doesn't have to cost a thing, but it could be something seemingly insignificant that the team needs. And at that point, being assertive and making sure that you realize where they're coming from will help them feel heard and feel wanted. Keeping everyone in check. When you're keeping everyone in check, you need to be assertive about it. If I come late on a daily basis, Monday to Friday, Rose, and you seem passive about my coming late, you seem like you don't want to find out what is happening, yet the policies clearly stipulate that all employees should be in the office by 8:30. I normally come in at 9 a.m. and I've never tried to explain to you what gets me that late. So at that point, you need to use your assertiveness to reach out to that team member. But how you do it is you need to do it in private. Let me give you an example of someone who was being aggressive whilst she thought she was being aggressive. I used to work with a lady who was running the HR department in a bank I worked for. And being a HR, you're dealing with us, the human beings, the employees, a lot. Meaning you need to be assertive and you have to keep your stand very clear. Because sometimes if you're passive as a HR, you can become a pushover very fast. So what happened in this scenario is she would come and back orders at people. She will come and ask you, why are you always late? Is it that you go drinking and then you come in the morning, trying to kill your hangover and then you get late in the process? Remember when we were saying the why? When you come to me and you start the question with why you, it becomes confrontational. So with time, what happened is that people used to avoid her at all costs. Even when you know you haven't done anything, when you see her approaching your desk, you want to avoid her. You keep yourself busy in someone else's desk or someone else's office. So whilst she thought she was being very assertive, what it was coming out as was aggressive, because the manner in which she used to do it, she used to accost people in public. It was an open office kind of scenario. So she'll come to your desk and with her loudest voice will ask you, why are you late? And even the tone, remember, people will judge you. People will judge you based on how you appear and your body language. So she was already judged to be aggressive because of her behavior, because of the tone that she used to use on people and her choice of words. As opposed to asking what happened that you've come late today and we've noticed that it's a trend, she would come and ask you, why are you always late? So it becomes a confrontation, and of course the employee will not take it lying down. So she used to have very many enemies, for lack of a better word, and she didn't last long in that organization. But my deepest regret whilst working with her was not being able to reach out to her to tell her that, no, this is not being assertive, this is actually being aggressive. As an employee, I would want to be my brother or my sister's keeper. So learning to point out or give feedback, especially when it's negative feedback, how do I put myself in a position where I'll be able to communicate something that's negative about you, so that you work on it. You're aware and you start working on it. So that was my deepest regret whilst I was working there, that I was not able to get to that level with her. So there's a thin line between being assertive and aggressive. When you're being assertive, you actually consider other people. But when you're being aggressive, you don't care what they think, or you don't care that you're hurting their feelings. When it comes to conflict resolution, assertiveness is applied and it has to be key. You can use your I statement to point out that this is a solution to the problem, but then also involve the rest of the people in that issue and tell them, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Before we proceed, can I hear your thoughts, whether you think this is a possible solution or a possible outcome for this issue to be resolved? So step in assertively and resolve the issue before it gets out of hand. Because sometimes conflict arises because the two of us are already not getting along. So if a third person can step in an assertive way you'll be surprised as to how many issues can be resolved easily. How then do you become assertive? There's some tips I'd like to share with you guys. And the first thing is it comes with believing in yourself. You can't be assertive if you don't believe in yourself, if you don't trust that you know what you're doing. You're a valuable member of the team, and you should not let anyone take advantage of you. Sometimes we wait for our employers to affirm us. We wait for our significant others to affirm us. But at the end of the day, without that setup of a workplace, without that setup of a family, how are you affirming yourself? What are the things that you're telling yourself daily? Because those are the things that actually make or break you, not what everyone else around you is saying. So believe in yourself. It's one way to working towards being assertive. Learn how to control your emotions. I normally say my children have learned the art of driving me up the wall, and they know what button to press, when to press, and where to press. So don't let your emotions consume you, especially at the workplace. If you're feeling frustrated or disappointed, find a way to release. My way of releasing used to be dancing and music. So what's your way of releasing when you're feeling frustrated or disappointed at work? Remember, we spend the most hours of our waking life in the workspace. So you need to learn how to release. And by releasing, it could be even talking to someone. You have someone who you can call and you just vent. And that person will be on the other end listening and allowing you to just be. Could it be meditation? Could it be going for a walk? Could it be exercise? Whatever fits your fancy should be the form that you fall back on to release those emotions. Find a way to release those emotions, especially on a day that has been frustrating or disappointing. Always have very clear boundaries that have been set. Define expectations. Now, and this one goes within the workplace and also in our social setup. So many of us walk around with unspoken, unmet expectations. And the question I always come back and ask myself is, did I communicate these expectations clearly? And did this other person understand that these are my expectations? Friendships and relationships especially can crumble so fast because of unspoken or unmet expectations. So be very clear and set your boundaries so that you don't become a pushover and you're not misunderstood in the process. So for example, let me still use the example of Sylvia. Sylvia, your work requires you to get a lot of data from people. Have you set boundaries around them? Do they know that this is why you need this data? Do they understand where you're coming from? So that the next time when you're reaching out to them, they don't delay. When you're reaching out to them, they actually understand how you want that data to be presented. Set the clear boundaries and set them from the word go. Another way to become assertive is to become directly and clearly a person who addresses issues. Some of us, for the sake of peace, we walk away from arguments. But does that remove the argument? Does that resolve the issue? No. You're just postponing it to another day. Then what happens? We keep postponing. Then one day that issue erupts. And the moment it erupts, it becomes such a huge thing in the office or a huge thing in your life that could have been salvaged from the get-go. So be direct, be clear, address the issues as and when they come. When someone has rubbed you the wrong way, don't go gossiping about them to other team members. Don't talk about people behind their backs. Don't allow people to come and talk to you about other people behind their backs. Be honest and direct by addressing any issues in the workplace. I appreciate people who will call the said person being talked about, and they call them in the presence of the other person talking. And you realize that when that happens, the other person stops talking. because it was just gossip. They were just trying to create a story. If it was true, they would continue talking, but how come they go quiet? But it's human nature. Sometimes we get consumed by envy, and how we project that is by gossiping others. Speak in the first persona. I feel, I need. Not you need to do this. I feel we need to get going. I feel we need to report the numbers as they are, because if we don't, it's going to create more problems. So it illustrates that you're expressing your feelings and not someone else's feelings. It avoids so much misunderstanding. Another way is to use positive body language. If I come up to your desk and you're slouching and you roll your eyes on me, I create a wrong impression about you and I perceive you very differently. So even when you're having conversations with people, how's your posture? Are you making eye contact? They normally say eyes are the windows to your soul. That being said, and that being so, it's good to keep eye contact because it shows me that you are paying attention, all right? Learn to say no, and no is an answer that is complete. You don't have to explain why. Sometimes I think the reason why we avoid saying no is because we don't want to explain why we can't do what you are asking us to do. Sometimes you can't accommodate everyone, which is true. And it's also true for the other person. So you have to be open to the fact that there are days people will be able to accommodate your request and there are days they'll say no. But the days they say no does not mean that they don't want to help you. It's just that it's the wrong day. They're too busy. They're not able to put that on their plate yet. Yeah. Always hold people accountable. Some of the reasons why I have very few friends is because I hold people accountable and I expect them to hold me accountable as well. And this is tough because it's not right for someone to get away with something, but it's also not right for you to keep quiet about it. So hold people accountable for their actions, accountable for what they say they are going to do. And when they don't do it, hold them accountable, call it out. Because the more you call, they realize that around such people or certain people, I'm not able to get away with some things. So they actually eventually become better people because of you holding them accountable. When in need of affirmation before you speak to someone, rehearse, plan out a conversation by knowing your main points. Because another way of being assertive is understanding what you want to say. Sometimes we've not thought through what is in our mind. So when we start speaking, it comes out incoherently. People are not able to understand. So rehearse if you must, so that people find you assertive in the way you communicate. Always choose your battles. It's said that it's better to lose the battle sometimes in order to win the war. Choose your battles. Not every battle requires your fight. Not every battle requires your response. And most of the time, the problem with battles is that it never gets a response from us. It always gets a reaction. And more often than not, it's normally a negative reaction. Choose your battles wisely. Choose what to walk away from. Choose what you need and what you don't need. And life is too short for us to be fixated on the battles that we pick at work. All right? Now, before we continue, I'd like to hear from you guys. What are the instances where you have felt the need to be assertive, but something has held you back? Yet. I joined your group earlier and you were saying that you are an assertive person. What led you to become assertive? Are there scenarios in your work life, for example, that have made you realize that, yes, being assertive is the way to go?
Yes, there are lots of moments that required my being assertive, because in work especially, if you don't address what you have, in an assertive way, people will not accept you.
Yes.
They will think that you're not sure, you're not confident about what you have, your idea. So they will not give the value that you deserve or the idea deserves. So sometimes it's not a choice to be assertive or not to be assertive is not a choice. We have to be assertive. If we know the thing that we have for sure, if we understand it 100%, then we have to present it 100%.
Yes.
So there's not a choice, especially in my situation where I work from different international offices, where I contact from different people in different culture. Then I have to be assertive. I have to know, because assertiveness for me starts with knowing what you do, knowing what you say. And I try to know, I try to understand everything that I do, and I try to present that to the audience or to the management or to the staff. So for me, it's not an option. I have to be assertive. I have to know everything that I do. Then I have to present it clearly with confidence.
Yes.
That is when people try to see the things that I am saying, to understand the things that I'm saying. Otherwise, they will not listen. They will not do or implement what has been projected. So I try to develop that through time. Before this office, I used to be a teacher. And if you are a teacher, then you have to be assertive.
Assertive, yes.
Yes, for the students to listen to you and to take action or to do whatever they need to do. Even to learn, the teacher has to be assertive.
Absolutely.
So, I think I developed that through time.
And there's no one else who can pitch your confidence like yourself.
Sorry?
There's no one else who can pitch your confidence like yourself. You're the only one who can pitch your own confidence.
Of course, there is no one. People always try to see the weakness.
Yes.
There are people who see the positive, who appreciate you for what you have, for what you are. But it's sometimes in human nature to see the negative, to see the weakness. So it's not easy.
That's true.
So you have to build your own confidence. I have to build my own confidence in order to fit to this world. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Sylvia, your thoughts? Thank you so much, Yetnayet.
Welcome. Thank you.
Sylvia, your thoughts on being assertive?
Yes, Joy, I will give a scenario like my work as an M&E person. You talked about setting deadlines. Yes, in M&E we have set deadlines, and we have always taken through people the time frames for the different reporting indicators. But I think it's a challenge in some countries, like my country, Uganda.
Yes.
M&E wasn't something taken serious. So it comes to a deadline like 1 week to reporting, and you're requesting for numbers. You have explained to people that deadlines, and like it's known every end of month, we are supposed to report.
Yeah.
We have deadlines that are monthly, we have deadlines that are quarterly, we have deadlines that are semi-annual.
Yeah.
But still, people will not present the numbers until you come close to them. There's a scenario of one of the staff members at work. I needed data from them. He's one of the best performers, but I needed from him and I couldn't get it. I actually told one of the leaders that I know we take this person as one of the best performers, but in my department as M&E, I am not comfortable because I can never get source documents the way I want them timely. You just have to be assertive and come and sit near somebody's computer, a mature person. You find yourself doing something that is not right, but you have to do that in order to succeed. You come and sit close to somebody's computer to be sure that what he's doing is in accordance to what you have requested for. That was okay, but you go ahead and do that in order to achieve.
Okay. It's funny that you say that, because then the next question I have is, how do you give feedback to such team members who you feel the need to constantly push? How are they open to getting feedback, especially when it's negative feedback? And are they aware that their actions have this kind of effect on you? So the reason I was asking and just picking your thoughts on that, our next topic becomes feedback. How do we receive and give feedback? When I believe, and I truly believe, that when we learn the art of giving and receiving feedback, there are certain things that people do that they'll stop doing, because now they begin to see things from your point of view. Ideally, we are human beings, and human beings are selfish by nature. So I normally will default to looking out for my own interests. So Joy is going to look out for her interests. Deadline is on the 30th. It's 29th. I'm still sitting on work that Sylvia needs on her desk by 30th morning. Why? Because Sylvia's work can wait. Let me first finish mine. It's just the way we tend to come. But when you start getting feedback, and in a positive way, even if it's a negative attribute about myself, but presented in a positive way, that means you're making me aware of something that I do that affects the team. And it's not affecting the team positively, it could be affecting the team negatively. So how do we manage such scenarios so that we're able to give feedback as much as possible? It's important in life in as much as it's important at work, because it's the only way we are going to grow. It's the only way we are going to drop some of the behaviors that we have. So it's important to know how to provide feedback to others in a constructive manner so that you don't cause offense. When you give feedback and you cause offense, chances are that person is not going to grow. They will listen, but they'll not do anything about it. So it has to be in a manner that will be constructive. Effective feedback needs to be clearly heard, understood, and accepted. Now, granted, we are not responsible for the person accepting the feedback, but we are responsible for giving the feedback. It becomes very draining when you have a team that you feel you're not being able to work well with, but you're not sharing this feedback with them. You see, the frustration at the end of the day falls squarely on your shoulders. But if you give them feedback, you're now actually spreading that responsibility so that it becomes the team's responsibility to do what is right at the right time, give the reports or meet the deadlines the way they are supposed to. So feedback should be about the behavior and not the personality of that person. So like now, for example, for the team that Sylvia, you have to, if you feel you need to sit with me at my desk so that I do and present those numbers the way they're supposed to be presented, that there's an opportunity there for learning. There's an opportunity there for you to help me grow by giving me that feedback that I need to understand. And maybe it could be a conversation over a cup of tea. It does not have to be at the desk. It can be very casually approached so that you first find out what, is there a struggle? Is it that I don't understand how to present those numbers the way they're supposed to? Or could it be there, could it be a gap that no one else has noticed? especially when it's paining you. It could mean that there's something about that person, and if we don't find out, we are not going to help them grow. So the first and probably most important rule of feedback is to remember that you're not making a comment about the person. It's not about what they believe or value. It's not about what the kind of person they are. Remember, they are human beings, so they are bound to behave a certain way. So it's the behavior that we correct, not the person. And that's where we get it wrong, even with our own families. We normally give feedback, but it comes out as an attack because we are talking and talking about the person as opposed to the behavior that the person is portraying. You're only commenting on how they behaved. So don't be tempted to discuss the personality, intelligence, or anything else apart from the behavior. So for example, in your case, Sylvia, if the team is always late with the deadlines, they know M&E work with deadlines. So if Sylvia has requested that this needs to be done by the 27th, there's a reason behind it. So every 27th, Sylvia has to sit with this particular person to actually get the work done. So in such a scenario, when you find an appropriate time to give the feedback, to that person, you're going to tell them that your way, your delays and your lack of not meeting deadlines is affecting me in this way. You're aloof, you seem aloof, or you seem not interested in meeting this deadline, and this is how it's affecting me. So you're going to target their behavior, not them as a person. It should describe the effects the behavior has on you. At the end of the day, you don't know the effect on anyone else. The effect is on you. So you don't bring in the team, you don't bring in the boss. It's a one-on-one. You have gotten an opportune time to give feedback to someone. So make it about make the behavior about how it affects you. Make the behavior about you. So you only know how it made you feel and what you thought about it. Another thing we do is that when we are giving feedback, we always say that, the boss is not happy. The boss, the team. No, when you're talking about feedback, let it come from you. You're the person who's feeling the pinch. You're the person who's wearing that shoe. So the feedback should come from you. When you're presenting feedback, it should be your opinion. And you need to make it easy for the person to hear it and accept it, even if it's negative. Don't be hurtful and don't be aggressive about it. So you shouldn't give feedback when you're upset. Chances are when you're upset, you're going to say things that you regret or things that you have to say sorry about later. So don't ever do it when you're upset. You have control over how you felt, but you don't have control of how the other person is going to behave or how they're going to work on it. So remember, maintain control for yourself. The idea of feedback is to make sure that you have a blame-free environment so that you find out where was the ball dropped, where was the mistake done. Okay, granted, you told me to do this. I thought I had more time, and I didn't realize that the date is already here with us. Let me just sit on it and do it now. I've owned it. I've accepted that I did something wrong, and I'll work towards it. But if you don't tell me and you walk away frustrated, you have not changed you've not changed the situation, and neither will you make it. Will you make me accept that there's something wrong I'm doing, right? So make sure that you are commenting on the behavior of the person, not the person, not them as a person. Because once you make it about them, it becomes an attack. Some ways of giving feedback, especially when you're the one who's giving the feedback to someone, when you find an appropriate time, some of the phrases that you can use are when you did when you delayed my report that was due on this day, I felt frustrated and annoyed because it caused this to happen to me, or it made me have to explain to the board why this report was not ready. And I did not want to be in such a situation. Or you could use a sentence like, I noticed that when you said that you'll finish by the end of the day, it made me feel happy, because now this is a positive aspect. It made me feel happy because you're actually paying attention to what needs to be done. Another statement, example statement would be, I really liked the way you did the report. I've sat with you so many times and I've shown you how to do it. And today you did it without me being there. Good job. It doesn't have to be negative feedback all the time that you're giving, but even when there's positive feedback, there's a way you can put it out there. It made me feel really happy to hear you say that our numbers were looking good. Getting a positive affirmation from you is really important because you're our team leader, so thank you. And always when you're giving feedback, the person receiving feedback needs to acknowledge by saying thank you for the feedback. Even if you won't act on it at that time, always acknowledge that, yes, thank you for that feedback that you've given me. Feedback doesn't just happen in formal feedback meetings. It's every interaction you have at the workplace, in your life, is an opportunity for feedback to be given. Remember, we are all learning. We are all a work in progress. Just because we've gone back to school, we've brought in more skills on the table, does not mean that we have arrived. This is a journey. It's a continuous journey that we are learning every day. So every interaction is your opportunity to give feedback. And some of the important feedback can come in such a casual manner. Let me give you an example. Colleagues are making coffee at work. It's their tea break, and Mary, laughing, tells her boss, "You remind me of your mother, of my mom." And Jane, who's her boss, says, "Really? Why?" Remember, they're just having a casual conversation over a cup of coffee. They didn't schedule for the feedback session. They were just having, they just happened to be in the same room having coffee. So Mary says she gets really snappy with me when she's stressed too. And her boss says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I have been snapping at you." She wasn't even aware. She says, "I am a bit stressed, but I'll try not to do it in future. Thank you for telling me. I'm sorry you needed, and I'm sorry that you had to tell me." And in this case, I'm assuming that the boss is now coming hard on herself and saying that, no, my team member should not be the one coming to tell me this. I should have picked it up. I should have been aware that this is what I'm doing because I'm stressed. And Mary, quite casually, Mary raises it in a very casual way, but is raising a serious behavioral issue with her boss. Now, remember, we are always having a scenario where you find yourself reporting upwards and people reporting to you, and you have peers around you. Feedback is all the way, 360-degree feedback. You give it up, you give it down, you give it sideways. So this is an example of a very casual feedback session where a team member is telling her boss and pointing out a behavior in her boss. Remember, we're going to tackle the Johari window. We don't know everything about ourselves. We don't know sometimes that there are ways that we respond or react that other people have noticed, but we don't know. So when it's pointed out to you, acknowledge it. Be open to the feedback that you get from people. So long as it's not an attack, and so long as it's not subjective, then it needs to be, it needs to keep building you. But at the end of the day, you and I have the choice to actually accept that feedback. So in this case, in this particular scenario, Jane realized that she was fortunate that Mary had recognized the behavioral pattern and actually raised it. She drew her own conclusions because she realized, yes, when I'm stressed, I behave a certain way. I should have picked it before anyone could, so that I'm able to catch myself. Again, we are all learning every day. We're all learning. We're all making ourselves better than we were yesterday. So open feedback, being open to feedback. When you're receiving feedback, how do you receive it, especially when you don't want to hear it? I know, confession is, this is an area I struggle with. I tend to believe that I want all the good aspects to come out. And granted, we all have a good, bad, and ugly side of us. But most of the time, you want to just spend out your good. So when someone comes and tells you a bad that you don't want to hear, how are you receiving that feedback? You need to be open to the fact that people will view you differently. And in a scenario where they might view you differently, have the maturity to actually understand where they're coming from, and then correct if they need to be corrected, or explain where you feel there needs to be an explanation as to why you behaved a certain way. So in order to hear feedback, you need to listen to it. Now, the problem we have as human beings is that we listen to respond. We don't actually listen. So as I'm talking and giving you this feedback, I'm already thinking, no, she doesn't understand what I was doing. She doesn't understand that I've had a stressful week. She doesn't understand. But at that point, you're not actually hearing what I'm saying, because you're already distracted in your mind. So don't think about what you're going to say in reply. As I'm talking, just listen. Listen to understand where I'm coming from. Listen to view and observe my body language, because my body language could be showing you that I'm really upset, because that behavior you had has actually really, really upset me. But if you don't observe my body language, you'll actually miss that. So notice the non-verbal communication. There's so many things we don't say, but we say with our bodies. People will have a sulk as they're talking to you, or a frown, or sometimes they're just not happy. And you need to pick that so that you're able to know how to respond. So for example, you might say, so when you said, would it be fair to say that you meant this? When you said, I behaved, my behavior made you really, really frustrated, would it be fair to say that you meant that I should stop doing this? And it felt like this. Have I understood you correctly? When you're seeking clarification, there's a way you need to ask this question so that clarity can come. And this is just one of the examples that you can use. Make sure that your reflection and questions focus on the behavior. Even as you're receiving the feedback, remember, they're not attacking you. It's a certain behavior in you that is causing a certain reaction or response from the other person. So have that in mind so that you're also able to open up to the feedback that you're getting. Even if the feedback has been given at another level where you feel attacked, be the bigger person and help the other person give the feedback focusing on behavior, so that they realize you shouldn't become subjective. We need to be constructive and objective at all times, so that we become effective communicators, we become productive. Because at the end of the day, you want to work with a team that you enjoy. When you're receiving feedback, emotional intelligence is key. Be aware of your emotions and know how to control them. Because if you don't know how to control your emotions, when you receive negative feedback, you don't know how you're going to respond or react. And sometimes most of the time we always have an emotional response. So it's important to have emotional intelligence. And granted, this is something that we can learn, and we are learning every day. Always thank the person who has given you the feedback. Why not for them bringing it up, you'd not be aware. So be grateful that someone actually cares and has brought the feedback to you. And they have already seen that you have listened and understood. by accepting and thanking them. Acceptance in this way does not mean that you need to act on it. Sometimes what someone is saying may not necessarily be true because maybe they don't understand the true story or the full version of the story. So you receive the feedback, but that doesn't mean that you have to act on it, especially if it's not true. You don't need to consider the feedback and decide how, if at all, you wish to act upon it. But it's worth hearing someone out. Let them tell you what they think and how your behavior has made them feel so that you actually process through that feedback. Once you've done that, it's entirely up to you. But remember, the person giving you the feedback felt strongly. They felt strongly enough to share. And that's why they mentioned it to you. So it's up to you to act on it. But at the end of the day, what we are trying to drive at is, are we being open to receiving feedback as well, especially from our team members? Now, we are receiving feedback, we are giving feedback, we are interacting with each other on a daily basis. Now, I need us to know that there are things about ourselves that we share with people openly. There are things that we hold back. There are things people have now come to learn about us. And there are things that we are still discovering about ourselves. Remember, this is a journey. It's not a destination. So every day there's something you go home learning or knowing, all right? So we have this quadrant. It has 4 panes. In the first pane, that's the open frame. It's called open self. This is the information about you that both you and other people know. People know what you do. They probably know whether you're married or not, how many children you have. There's general information that is out there, and you don't mind that information being out there. So that's a pane that we work on most of the time. Then we also have the hidden self. And this is the information you know about yourself that others don't know. And this is a pane that normally either grows or shrinks depending on the trust levels that you accomplish, especially at the workplace. You don't necessarily share everything about yourself. And this is where you find that there are people who will say something and you'll quickly defend yourself because you know that's not right about you. We also have another pane that is called the blind self. And this is the pane that has information other people know about you, but you don't know about yourself. So information about you that you don't know, but others know about you. Now, this is where feedback is important. People have interacted with you long enough to understand you or to understand it to some certain extent. And that's why I was asking you guys, how are we handling feedback? How are we giving feedback and how are we receiving feedback? This is the only way we can grow. Because every day we are discovering ourselves. And this pain for unknown self, that pain sometimes does not move. It doesn't shrink, it doesn't get bigger. Because every day you're discovering something. But the blind self pain, you need to even look for people who can give you that feedback. Because every day there's something someone is learning about you that you don't know. Reach out for that feedback. Be open to that feedback that people give. All right? The Johari window was invented by the psychologists Joseph Luft and Harry Ingham, and it helps us understand self-awareness and the human interaction that results to self-awareness. So we are often unaware of how others look at us, how they perceive us, how we present ourselves to others, how well we know ourselves. So Luft and Ingham created this model because they believed that what happens in our life depends upon our own self-awareness and the awareness others have of us. So it's the open window and the blind self window. Those are the two windows that we find ourselves acting on a lot. The premise behind the window is that there are certain things which we know and things we don't know about ourselves. And there are certain things others know and there are certain things they don't know about us. So at any given point in time in life, we'll see our total being as we understand it and as others know about it. So there are things that you might do that will surprise everyone in your office. They're like, that's unlike Rose. The way I know Rose wouldn't do that. You guys need to find out where she is. And that's because for the period that people have worked with Rose, she's never missed a day of work. And when she does, she communicates. But this particular day, she didn't communicate. There must be something wrong. And so it gives people something to work on, a basis to work on. All pens on the window look equal, but in reality, they are not. So the openness of each pen will vary depending on your own personal level of how you know yourself. How well do you know yourself? How much do you share about yourself and with others? And how well do others know you? There's a game that is normally played, and couples go to play for money, and it's normally called How Well Do You Know Each Other? And it's amazing to hear what significant others say about the people in their lives. You'll find people have taken time to study their spouses. You'll find people have taken time to study their colleagues because they want to understand what makes you tick, what makes you upset. Because then once they understand that, they'll know how to work with you. So these pains cannot be equal, and sometimes they grow or shrink depending on how open we become. So for example, when you have high self-awareness and you're being open to people, you'll find that on the left-hand side, on that diagram, your open frame becomes very big and it shrinks your blind frame. Your blind frame will be smaller because now people are getting to know you more and more. And in the process of getting to know you more and more, you're also getting to know what they know about you because you've opened yourself up to them. Now, also the hidden part, you start sharing a bit more. When you joined, you were just Joy. But by the time a year is ending, they know Joy, they know her family, they know where she lives, they know her extended family, they know quite a bit about Joy compared to when she joined the company. So the unknown as well becomes small because then, because of your openness, you're discovering yourself day by day. And as you discover yourself, you're opening up yourself to other people. Now, on the right side is where you have low self-awareness. When you're low self-awareness, when you have less self-awareness, the blind spots and the unknown become very big. Those are the pains that actually grow. Because now you have a lot to discover about yourself. You have a lot to discover about yourself. And there's someone who's having an echo. Okay. And then there's also so much that people know about you that you don't know, but because you're not open enough, they're not being able to share with you. Now, as we go through this Johari's window, I'd like each and every one of us to examine ourselves truthfully and find out, where are we standing as at now? Are we open? And have we opened up to other people? Or have we closed up and our blind spots are the ones that are glaring at us and the unknown spots? Or is it our open and our hidden frames that people know? That people know a lot about us and we have actually shared more than necessary or more than we wanted to, just so that that openness and transparency happens. Think through that so that you have a moment of reflection so that moving forward, you know what you want to share, you know how important it is to be open, and not just open to people, but open to feedback that they have to give you. Sometimes people want to share so much to you, but you're not approachable. Or sometimes they want to share, but you're too aggressive or you're too passive. Where are we at? And this is a point of reflection, and true self-critical reflection. Because by reflecting, and truthfully so, we build ourselves. We make ourselves better. And this session today needs to be our challenge, our starting point, as to how do we want to relate with others moving forward. And not just at our workplace, but even in our social lives. All right? The goal of the Johari window is to develop the open area as much as you can for yourself and even for the team that you're working with. The more open you are to each other, the better. Transparency becomes stops being an issue because people know what you're doing and why you're doing it. When we work in the open area, you're operating in your most productive space. This is where you're most productive and effective as an individual and as a group. And this is why you need to actually work on this open area. Working in this area results in open, honest, and transparent communication. It minimizes miscommunication. It gets rid of mistrust and confusion. I don't know whether you people have experienced colleagues who are threatened by you, not because you want their jobs or anything, they just feel like you're a threat. Why would someone feel like you're a threat? It's because maybe there's so much they feel they don't know about you. So the more they try to dig deeper to get to know you, the more they get roadblocks. So they walk away with their own ideas and sometimes their wrong notions of who you are. But if we honestly worked on being open to each other, it would get rid of miscommunication, mistrust, and confusion. Instead, you'll be building a lot of honesty, transparency, and openness. This window can serve as an important instrument in establishing a culture of open communication in the organization. You're cutting across different countries, you're cutting across different cultures and backgrounds. How can you best use this window to bring you guys closer? How best can you sit as a team and honestly be open? What can you do that is different, that can give you the different results? Because you can't read from the same sheet and expect different results. There has to be a shift. There has to be a change that you do that will start helping you see a different result as to what you're looking for. This window encourages continuous development. You're not stopping at, now we know each other. You're continuing to know each other. You're continuing to be transparent so that people already know this is how they like their work done. So when they task me or they give me this assignment, this is how I'm going to do it because I've understood them. Yeah. So in groups again, I'd like to put into groups. Let's have a quick discussion. And I'm seeing Sylvia saying it was addressed by reorienting also on how to report me, and a was developed to show who has reported already. That's a good thing because now it kills the frustration that you had to deal with when it comes to the team that was not being cooperative. So I'm going to put you into groups. I'd like us to have a quick discussion as to where are we at? Are we being open to people? Or are we just showing them what we feel they need to know and moving on? So have a quick discussion on the Johari window. Does it make sense? Is it worth working on in terms of opening up a bit more to your colleagues and to the people in your life? Are you willing to do that so that we know what we are working towards? All right. So I will put you in the groups, and most likely it will be a mix or the same groups we had earlier. It's the same groups we had earlier. And let's have a quick discussion of about 5 minutes and then we come back. Yes, Dr. Sifa?
Thank you very much, Joy. I wanted first to make a comment.
Yes.
First and foremost, I would like to thank you for taking us through this, and so far so good. These insights, and so far so good. I'm not sure, maybe because sometimes I was disrupted with one call or another. I'm not sure if you have also talked a bit on the issue of culture. I remember, yes, we did just brush through talking about we come from different nationalities and culture.
Yeah.
But communicating, business communication, and that is communicating across culture also fringes quite a lot on our cultural background, which then have an impact on our personalities. And that is the point maybe you did discuss more, and maybe I was not very keen at that time, and I'm sorry if I must have missed that point. Because first, globally speaking, African culture is totally different from the Asian culture, from the European culture, from the American culture.
Yes.
And most of the textbooks or the scientific ones tend to lean more on maybe the American culture or the European culture more than the African culture. I will give an example. When you talk about eye contact, that is mostly praised or from the American and European culture, and also science trying to bit of it. But when it comes to some African culture, when you maintain high contact with authority, then that could be a sign of being disrespectful. And
or
that
defiance.
is how some of or defiance. That is how some of the Africans were brought up. And they have not yet been able to take that away. So those are some of the issues. And as you speak about the African culture, assertiveness in African culture is not praised, by the way. That's the unfortunate scenario. The African culture is more of almost the opposite of assertiveness. They praise somebody who will not talk, that will not express much, and so on and so forth, and so forth. So I think bringing that discussion will help a bit, because we are in Africa, and some could have an impact on who we are. And as we talk about the Johari window, and trying to understand some of our hidden spots, or some might already be aware, and we have to trace it back to some of those things, and maybe that's what makes out a bit unsettled in this modern or scientific or American or European kind of setting. And also knowing that as much as we try to embrace this, but when again we are working or across cultures in Africa and across generation and the like, again, one has to know how to adapt immediately, because at the back of your mind, you know that in Africa and this culture, this is the kind of behaviors which is praised, and you have to again readjust, because your job at that time is not to go and teach people lessons, but rather to pass the message and be effective. So those nuances are very important. I felt like maybe it could be also good to bring that issue. I would like to finish, sorry, I've taken long. I remember one of the comments, I can't remember made by who, that we are different people, depending on the different settings. And in our workplace, because in any case, our workplace calls for a totally different behavior than the one in a church, than the one in the house, and so on and so forth. But the fundamentals remain the same when it comes to some of the values, but it's only that some settings calls for different kind of behaviors. So it's not the personality which will change, because it shouldn't change, the personality shouldn't change, but rather it is our behavior which has to accommodate and reflect the audience.
Yes.
That will be my comment on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for bringing that up, Dr. Sifa. And I think what I'll do is, can I throw it into the discussion as about the Harry's window and how open we are to different scenarios and people in the workplace. How has that affected you based on the culture and the backgrounds that we had? Some of us were brought up to be told that you don't look someone in the eye, you look down when they're talking to you, because that's a sign of respect. Has that affected you even in how you relate to people currently in our current day-to-day life? Some of us are told, do not do a handshake. You're not supposed to shake hands with the opposite gender. These are some of the culture influences that have remained, and some are affecting us. Sometimes some of them have become stereotypes. There are people who grew up being told, don't talk to a certain tribe. They are bad people. You've never interacted with anyone from that tribe who has caused you any harm, but because you were told that from a very young age, you're likely to follow that tangent of not talking to them because of what you were told. If that becomes a stereotype that actually can influence in a bad way, because then you'll never get to know this person. You'll never get to know their inherent strengths and how you can relate and work well together. So some of these things, they actually are stemming from our culture as Africans, but are they helping us or are they hindering us from being effective? So thank you for bringing that up. I think I want to hear more thoughts from the group. So have that in mind as you're having that discussion as I open up the rooms. All right. I'll be jumping in and out of the room just to hear discussions and how they're going.
So it's a great way to work together when everyone knows each other. Yeah. But then it's for the best of the organization, like when you're working together and how you work and how each person is when you're working. But then there has to be a bit of a boundary when it comes to the personal life. Yeah. Okay. That is what we discussed when we came to openness. Yes.
So like when we step into the organization, let me leave my work, my family, my personal life at home, and step into my shoes as a player, as a fellow employee. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Then it actually allows you to be your authentic self as an employee.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. All right. Thank you for that. Monia and group.
Yes. So we discuss in our group, and with Johari window, we open is very good, is helpful. When you are open to the team and when you share information, you have feedback from the member of the team, and you need to do it, but you don't need to open more than more open. There is limit for openness, I think, and you need to share the important information with the team.
Yeah.
In order to they can, in order to have a good climate in working, and in order to have feedback, you need the feedback must be shared between the member of the team, between the manager, between the boss and the team, in order to have more results and to achieve the goals.
That's true.
And in our African culture, we need to share many things. in our life, private life, in our family, and in our work. And even in work, people need to share with them. They need to know about you. They need to know more, and you need to know about more people in order to understand them, to know how they are thinking.
Yeah.
If you are not open, you will not know how they are thinking.
That's true.
And yeah.
I was sharing in another group, and I was telling them, I dare say that when you walk into an organization, you need to be intentional in putting your beliefs, your culture, your background aside and give room to other people. You'll be surprised as to how much you will learn from other people because of also their culture, their background. So it becomes a space where I'm putting aside my beliefs, you're putting aside your beliefs, and we come together and discover. We come together and stay open in this organization, in this setup where we need to work together, so that you embrace each other, not because of the cultural background. You embrace each other because first, you're human beings and you're so unique in so many ways. You'll be surprised as to how much you learn from each other on a daily basis. There are things someone will point out to you that you never thought you'd understand them in that particular way. So if we get drawn into being closed up individuals, then we stop learning, we stop growing, would never open up to the feedback, would never open up to other people and how different other people are. All right, thank you so much, Munia, for that. Yetnayat and group.
Hello.
Yes.
In our group, we also said that opening up should be dependent on the audience and the subject. So we have to choose what to say to whom. If it is a workplace, we should stick to, as much as possible, to different work activities or work-related issues. Personal life should be reserved to some other audience, because it should not interfere with what we do in the work or in the office. So we say that it depends what to say, when should be restricted or should be calculative. We have to know where and when to say things. I think that is what we have discussed.
Okay. As you were speaking, something else just came to mind. Consider if you ever considered someone who works in the military. Their training is very extreme. Now, if that person does not learn how to separate the two lives, my military life and my life as a mother or a father in the home, you find yourself running your home like the military. Is that necessarily effective? It might not be. If this person from a military background goes into an organization to run an organization and has a group of people reporting to them, again, if I don't put aside my military background, I will come and run that ship like the military. Will that necessarily be effective? I don't think so, because now you've not gotten to a space where you've learned the people that are working with you now. So you're expecting that they can understand and they can put up with the extremities that the military has given you, the trainings that coming with from the military. And that's why it's important to put off some of these things, because that's the only way you can open up to other people. Put off your beliefs, put off some of the things that make who you are, to give room to other people and who they are. Understanding them, learning them, and then now seeing how best can our different qualities match up and work together. Does that make sense? Guys, does that make sense? As I move to the next room, breakout room was by Prof. Maya and the group. What was your discussion like? Hi, Prof. Prof, are you there? Okay, let's hear from Arnold. Arnold, do you, I put you in a different group, I think.
Yes, I was in a group, but I mean, it wasn't a group. I was alone in the break room, and I was waiting for
a
colleague to come, and nobody was in. And even back to the main, nobody was in the main, so I was kind of lost. I was actually communicating with Geoffrey, who also could not assist, so I was, yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Your thoughts on the topic, feedback, how open are we to receiving and giving feedback, the Dhari window, the culture, and how it's influencing us, our different cultures. Arnold, do you have any thoughts to share with us?
Hello, yeah, you were saying? I didn't hear the question.
I was sharing. I was asking if you could share your thoughts. I'm sorry I missed out on the fact that you were alone in the group. What are your thoughts on what we had discussed?
Yeah, so my thought that yeah, it's positive to be open, in the sense that I mean, personally, I feel like it's best to be open because it will enable the individual to first of all develop themselves, because there is no way to be for one to perform or to live in a closed should I call it a box.
Yeah.
So it's maybe best to open the window, should I put it that way, so that one can grasp what other people think and collaborate and cooperate. So for me, I think it's the best way to go about this is to leave the window
open.
Open, yes.
Okay,
As much as possible. Of course, minding also not to harm whichever goals one is pursuing.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, guys. I'm glad that we were able to have this discussion. And again, nothing is cast on stone. We are all learning. We constantly are evolving. So the things that we agree upon today might change tomorrow. And in the group with Nayet, we were talking about how children have changed in terms of their sense of empowerment, entitlement, the things they tell their parents now, if we told our parents back then, would give us a proper beating from our parents. And right now they get away with so much. So being open to the fact that there are changes that are happening and getting on with the changes. The point and the difference becomes picking out the positive changes and weeding out the negatives, so that you're constantly working on the best version of yourself as an employee, as a manager, as a father, as a friend, as a brother, in the family, in every sphere of your life. All right. I'd like to take any questions if we have.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, my question, I was just thinking, and I was wondering, what do you think can be the worst case scenario for a leader who is not an open self, or who is more closed? What can be the worst case scenario for the group that a leader is conducting or directing?
The worst case scenario for such a leader would be disloyal employees. And by that, I mean, I've experienced a very closed up individual who was running a bank, and he was very closed up, but aggressive as well. And what happened is, when an audit was done, there was a lot that was happening illegally under his leadership. And because of how close he had become and how aggressive he was with his employees, no one covered him. He was exposed. And unfortunately, the bank ended up being sold to an investor who was interested in getting into the Kenyan market. Had he opened up a bit and become more assertive than aggressive, I think that story would have been different today, because you would walk in the corridors and you would hear nothing but negative aspects about the leader. No one had anything nice to say. So when he fell on his own. No one was willing to hold or cover him at all. So that would be a worst case scenario, that you'd actually end up losing everything that you've spent so much time building.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay. It's now 1 o'clock, 5 minutes past 1 o'clock. I'd like us to take a break and reconnect back at about 2 p.m., 2 p.m., 2 or 5 p.m., so that we can have an afternoon session. It will be an engaging afternoon, seeing that afternoons people end up eating and get a bit cozy and sleepy. So we'll try and make it more engaging and as active as it can be. But for now, I'd like to wish you a good lunch break. Enjoy your lunch, and please make sure you stretch and drink water and have some good meal. Enjoy your lunch, guys. See you at 2 or 5.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
See you.
You're welcome. Are you clarifying? Neither are you clarifying what you want. So it ends up being a back and forth that irritates either one of you or both of you at the same time. So let's not get caught there. Let's not have conversations with the team members and we end up having a back and forth that yields nothing. So that brings us to our next agenda. How do we question? Do we know what to ask and how to ask it and at the right time? What are misunderstandings? What brings them about? And how do you avoid them? So we'll quickly go through that for our session before we get into emotional intelligence, which is what we needed to cover for to drive home our point on effective communication. Right. When it comes to questioning, how are we questioning? Are we asking the who, the how, the why, the what, the where, and the when? And who's supposed to be asking what? When are you supposed to use who as a way to question? When are you supposed to use how as a way to question? When are you supposed to use what, where, and when? Remember, we said why comes out confrontational, so we are going to try and avoid that and see what other ways we can effectively ask questions. So questioning is a natural behavior. It starts from when we're small. And for those who have children or interact with children, you know very well, they ask about anything and everything. So long as they have your listening ear, they're going to ask you anything and everything. But that's how they learn, that's how they grow. So we ask questions simply because we need answers. If you didn't need an answer, you'd not ask the question. And we ask questions for various reasons in different situations. So sometimes it's because you're looking for a solution, sometimes you're looking for information, and sometimes you just need an answer. So it's a basic tool that helps humans grow and develop. So we can't quite run away from questions. And for those of us who run away from questions, I would want to challenge us to find out why we avoid them, because I think they're a very important element in our own development. So questions can be asked to gain knowledge, to clarify doubts, to know the reality or the truth behind an incident. Sometimes you've been blamed for something, or your team member has been blamed for something. If you don't have the right questioning facts, you might not find out the real reason why that blame happened, or why the employee did what they did. I ask questions out of curiosity because I genuinely like getting to know people. Some people will want to ask questions to make complicated issues simple. They want to break it down and understand at their own level. Others ask to resolve issues. Others because it's a conversation starter. You've met someone you've never met before, you ask questions so that you end up having a conversation that is interesting. Some questions are asked to share ideas, to make plans. There's so many reasons. So you can't, this is an area where we honestly can't run away from, and if we worked on it, we would be getting very effective answers as well. So what you need when asking the right questions at the right time. First, you need to listen. You don't want to ask questions just because. You want to ask questions because you're either seeking for a solution or you want to gain information. So where has that information come from? You ought to have been listening to something, and that's why you're asking the question. So effective listening will help you formulate the next question and the next. And as you go along, it gives you the clarity you're looking for or the understanding. It's always use positive words when you're doing when you're asking questions, because the negative words will draw out confrontation or a defense from the person you're asking. Maintain confidence. Sometimes, even when you're not sure, and that's why you're asking, be confident about it. There's never a right or wrong answer. The idea of asking questions is so that you get it right. When you're presenting the solution, you'll have presented the solution from a point of understanding. Always ask relevant questions. You will not have relevant questions if you've not been listening in the first place. So listen so that you ask the relevant questions when it is appropriate. Random questions will not give you what you're looking for. And it's always important for us to know the right time to ask a question. If you walk into an employee's office or workspace and you find that they are on a call, their body language shows that it's either a very disturbing call or a personal call that has upset them. That may not be the right time to ask the questions that you had. So it's good to also learn to read the other person's mood and body language so that you know if that's the right time to ask the question so that you can get the effective answer that you want. Another thing about openness, we've come from talking about how open should we be in the workplace and to each other. Sometimes for you to be open, you need to know the kind of questions you need to ask. So comparing open and closed questions, you will realize that when you use open questions, you ask questions that will begin with what happened? How did you do this? Please describe for me the feeling that you got. Please explain that point again. Where has this opinion come from? which route should we take, knowing that we are trying to save costs for the company? Those are the kind of questions that you ask that bring out a discussion, and a healthy discussion for that matter, because no one will feel attacked because of the way you've asked the question. It can be questions asking someone to explain what happened to a situation or a place. It could be asking for details of an incident. If someone has called the office and they're complaining of an incident that happened, it could be an explanation of the needs of the business. And someone needs to understand where you're coming from or where the organization is at so that they're able to plug in. Open questions will help with a two-way conversation so that you're not the only one conveying your thoughts. It's a joint effort so that you reach an understanding of how to navigate everything. So some examples would be what happened at the conference. Maybe your team members were representing the organization at a conference and you wanted to find out what were their key lessons. That's a way to start that conversation. Could you please describe your needs and current circumstances? It could be a question that could be asked to a fellow employee who you have noticed has been struggling in a certain area and you want to try and see how to help. What do you think about this conclusion or discussion? The open questions will always give you healthy discussions and solutions for that matter. On the other hand, if you decide to go the closed way, which sometimes you need to, expect a yes or no answer. Have you done the report? Yes or no? Have you finished the work I gave you yesterday? Yes or no? It's either yes, you've done, or no, you haven't. Have you uploaded the information that I asked you to? Yes or no? They usually ask to test if someone has understood certain policies, for example, procedures of the workplace, regulations. Do you have any questions? Have you understood our dress code or our work ethics? Yes or no? If they don't understand, then they should be able to come up with a follow-up question as to which area they don't understand or the area they need more explanation on. Closed questions are also asked for agreements or disagreements, asking for how they feel to be specific for affirmation, for example. And it's best not to ask closed questions when the conversation is going on smoothly. If the conversation is already flowing, then flow with open-ended questions so that you finish what you started. Some of the words used in closed questions are, did you do this? Could you show me this? Should we do this? Those automatically follow with a yes or no. So some examples would be, will I get a response by tomorrow? Yes or no? Do you agree on this decision? Yes or no? Are you happy with the services that we provide? It's a yes or no. Then it's up to the person who's saying yes or no to explain or feel the need to explain further. Now, when we think about the way we have put our questions, or even the manner in which we position ourselves to ask these questions, sometimes because of the way we are being perceived or the way people understand us, it leads to misunderstandings. Either because I didn't understand what you were asking, or I didn't understand where you're coming from with that question. So I'm likely to go into misunderstanding you. If you looked at that video earlier, there were misunderstandings between the two of them because of pronunciation of words. When he means O's, this other one understands O's as something else. So they were constantly clashing to the point where he gave up and handed over the customer to someone else. So misunderstandings are powerful. They can be very powerful because it can either make or break that communication. And they can break the most beautiful relationships in just a second. And this has happened, and you have also seen and experienced some of these things even in your own lives, where you were heavily, seriously misunderstood, either at the workplace or in the family setup. And to this day, maybe you struggle to still be in communication with that person. Maybe sometimes a misunderstanding came as a result of broken trust, or a misunderstanding that was resulting from someone who was just working on the wrong assumption of who you are. So these are things that we need to know that exist, and we need to avoid them. Because with effective communication, we know that miscommunication would be rare. And if it's happening, it's not happening because we don't know. It's happening because we probably don't understand each other. All right. So life is filled with misunderstandings. If you look around, even when you were growing up, most of us as teenagers felt very misunderstood. And so are we experiencing the same with our children who are teenagers right now. They come and tell you, you don't understand me. And some of the mistakes we've made are the direct result of misunderstandings. Think through your life and see some of the mistakes you've done. If I think through some recent events that have happened in my life, it has been as a result of misunderstanding someone else. Communication is everything. So if you're not going to be clear on how you're communicating and what you need understood, then you're likely to have a lot of misunderstandings with very many people. So communication is vital for accomplishments, but if done poorly, it contributes to all our mistakes. Whilst communication will allow you to grow and learn, it means that we need to then make sure that we are not miscommunicating. We are avoiding miscommunication by offering clarity with every interaction we have. We started the session by saying that both the sender and the receiver have a role to play in this communication process. Don't assume that because you understand what you're communicating, the other person will. Make sure that you seek that clarification, that they understand what you're trying to say. Always be willing to examine what exactly we're saying and how you're saying it. Maya Angelou normally says that it's not what you say or what you do that people will remember. People remember how you made them feel. And sometimes how you make someone feel is what contributes into the misunderstanding in the first place. They walk away with feeling hurt or betrayed or belittled or demeaned. They feel like you're belittling them. So if you always assume it's the other person's fault, you'll never improve your own skill and you'll experience a lot of otherwise avoidable problems. Again, none of us is perfect. So we need to walk around with an open mind and open enough to receive and give feedback and learn as we go. None of us is perfect. We are all looking to improve ourselves, to grow ourselves, but we are not perfect. We are bound to make mistakes once in a while. Make sure that what we say and what people hear are the same thing, because sometimes it's not the same thing. Sometimes you will say this and then it is misinterpreted in a different forum, that by the time it gets to you, it's too late for you to set the record straight. If you look at the political settings in our countries, you see a lot of misunderstandings taking place. The way we perceive what they tell us from where they're standing and the way we understand it, two different things. The promises they give when they're looking for votes and what actually happens on the ground, two different things. So you start breeding the wrong thing. Communication becomes now empty promises. People will look at you as a leader who does not keep their word. But these are things that are unavoidable. These are things that are avoidable if only we understood that not everything you say will be what people hear. So it's your responsibility, even at a leadership position, to ensure that everyone is on board, is on the same page as you, so that you walk in tandem with them. How do you avoid it? Then how do you avoid misunderstanding? Because they always happen in life. It's like the natural flow of communication that at some point you are bound to be misunderstood. So when in an organization setup, you need to have clear, effective interactions, because that is what keeps businesses running smoothly. Clarity of vision. As a manager, are you cascading down all the information to your team members? Or are your team members coming the next day to find that changes have been done and no one told them? I have been a beneficiary of a manager who was not cascading information down. So his team was constantly being caught with their pants down because changes were made last night and today we have no clue what has happened. What kind of leader are you? When you put yourself in a position where information is flowing through you to other people, are you making sure that it's clear and effective? The methods of how the organization works, how clear are they to the employees? Do they understand how that organization works? Do they understand how ICA came to be and why it exists? Do the employees understand how to meet the organization's goals? Because we all have these beautifully written goals, mission, and how we're going to get there. But do we ever sit and find out if all the employees are on board? They're on the same page in the sense that they understand how those goals will be achieved, how to get there. Over and above communicating the goals of the organization, do we as employees of that organization understand how we're going to get there, how we're going to achieve those goals? And what are the employees' role? What is the role they have to play to achieve those goals? When those issues, those key areas are not clear, you'll find that you have a pool of employees who are showing up to work, but not necessarily sold to the vision of the organization. And it's our role in whatever capacities we have to ensure that the vision is clear, first for us, and then to the people who are reporting to us. They normally say, if you can't explain a vision of a company for a 2-year-old, then even you need to sit down and understand it yourself. Because it needs to be made simple enough for someone to run with. All the above should be communicated very clearly and very concisely. You'll accomplish nothing unless you learn to communicate effectively. There's no point of having a team of 20 people who half of the time you're having to explain yourself every other time. The work is on you there to make sure that how you're communicating is being understood. And how do you do that? You also need to understand the team that you're working with. Don't make an assumption that you know them, which sometimes takes a while to get to know. So, and that is why we looked at the Johari window. How open are you will determine how others will open up to you. Granted, we don't have to open up fully, but when it comes to the purpose and cause of the organization, what do we need to do to make sure that we are open enough and transparent to each other? Always take advantage of technology. Technology is a brilliant thing because it's either you did it or you don't. You uploaded the file or you don't. You sent the email or you didn't. But when it is spoken word, I can always go against my word and say, no, you didn't tell me that, especially if it was just between the two of us. So let's also rely on technology to avoid misunderstandings. If I have a meeting with you and we agree on some deliverables or actions, follow it up with an email, because that will reduce any idea of miscommunication or misunderstanding happening between the two of us, because it was a meeting that happened and this was what we agreed upon. The same thing that goes between the team leader and their team. Sometimes we have conversations that are difficult because it's performance related. And there are certain things that the team member and the team manager have agreed that that will be worked on. If you don't follow that up on email, they can very well come and turn on you. They can very well come and say that you're the one who said, you're the one who did. So it ends up being a dirty game that could have been avoided. And that's why technology and its advancement has come actually to help us, because then there'll be a trail mail. There'll be a track record of conversations that have been happening that can either cover you or cover both of you in the event there's a problem. Communication is key to overcoming doubts and misunderstandings. So Even for the people who are passive, I dare and challenge you to sometimes actually air out your feelings, air out your opinions, because when you do that, you avoid being misunderstood by the team. It's important to let other people know what's on your mind. Don't keep making them guess what you're thinking. Be open enough to actually show them, this is my trail of thought, this is what I think we need to do. When it comes to yourself as an individual, don't lie to yourself. Make it clear what you want, and remember that what you say is just a consequence of your mind and clarity. So honesty is the best policy in everything you do. Integrity will create character, and it defines who you are. So be truthful to yourself, be honest to yourself. Even when you're doing self-reflection at the end of the day or at the end of the week, be very honest with yourself. What did I do good? What did I do badly? What can I improve on? It also puts you in a space where you're having a growth mindset. You're constantly growing yourself and looking at challenges as opportunities for growth. Look and understand who you're talking with. We said earlier, people are from different backgrounds. People think and reason differently. We need to have an open mind to accommodate other people. And sometimes that becomes a struggle with people who are driven, because they already know where they're going. However, they lack that ability, or sometimes they just don't want to accommodate other people's opinions. And sometimes you'll be surprised that another idea, someone else's idea might be enriching your idea, and you get there faster or sooner than you thought. So look and understand who you're talking with. They're different. And don't let misunderstanding turn into battles just because of something you're not willing to accommodate. Always keep it simple. One of the reasons people misunderstand each other is because either I'll come to you and I want to use the big words I've learned, not knowing that simple has always been something beautiful. Even when your language is very simple and clear and straight to the point, people will enjoy having conversation with you. You don't leave people second guessing or guessing what you're about to say next. Use simple words, be direct. Be almost brutal in what you say, but be respectful. Be honest with and straightforward with what you have to say. A spoon is a spoon. It's not a big, you call it a spoon. It's not a big spade. Some of us go round the hill. We go round the circle, not realizing that you should have just hit the point, but with very polite words, and someone would have understood what you're trying to say. With misunderstandings comes stereotypes sometimes. At the workplace, and one of the conversations we had earlier was about culture. Because of our different cultures and backgrounds, and especially in Africa, we've been raised a certain way. Different tribes raise their children differently. We are raised to look at the older generation a certain way. So you'll find that when it comes to stereotypes, these are held but fixed, and they nullify, stereotypes nullify the things that people are working on. So for example, you'll find that people will be told that don't talk to a certain tribe because they're very aggressive or they're very mean. Now, you and I have not interacted with someone from that tribe, but because we have been told that they are a certain way, we stereotype them to be that way, even if we've not experienced it ourselves, and we keep them in a box. So what happens is that you find people being put in different boxes, and what you're doing is you're watering down the experiences that you'd have had with those people. Everyone thinks differently, everyone is unique. So if you put them in different boxes, you'll never get to learn from them. You'll never get to truly appreciate the different people. So stereotypes are can be a good and can be a bad. When it's an advantage, it's because it enables us to respond rapidly to situations as we may have had similar experiences. So that kind of stereotype is welcome. But when it becomes a disadvantage, this is where we are ignoring differences between individuals. We think things about people that might not be true. So you've put people in a box, but you've never experienced that from them. It's because of what you've had other people say. So ensuring that we make sure that we are not stereotyping in a negative way. We stereotype for our own benefit so that a rapid solution can demystify or disarm a situation. That's fine. Yeah. So if we define stereotypes, we would say that they are assumptions made about a group of people and are applied to individuals irrespective of who they are, their characteristics, the persons they are, because of their affiliation or with that certain group. So when you think about it in a positive way, it will work. But in a negative way, it harms you, not only in the way you'll communicate with them, but also even the way you're going to get along with people in the organization. So negative stereotypes, some of them are derogatory, and in this sense, what they do is that there's a negative reference that has been made to a person's ethnicity, race, religion, gender. And I know there's a group that was talking about cultural influences, religion, and gender are some of the reasons why we opt not to open up. And that sometimes that is a stereotype. Back in the day, there was a way women were viewed, but we are in a century where women have been empowered. Women have been given a voice. So we have to also get into the times of where we are at. The use of stereotypes prevents us from getting to know one another and interacting effectively. Because what you're doing is you're individuating information. Just because I'm from a certain ethnic community does not mean I do what they do. Get to know me, then be the judge. Most of the time we end up judging people prematurely, not realizing that we are missing out on so many opportunities to learn from them. How then do we get rid of stereotyping? How then do we get rid of misunderstanding each other? The most effective way is being actively a good listener. What does active listening entail? It means that you're listening to understand, you're asking deeper questions, you're avoiding interrupting the person who's talking, you're taking the non-verbal cues, you're practicing and getting to read their body language well, and you slow down and you practice silence. And in that silence, you'll be able to see what is being said and what is not being said. You train your mind constantly not to be distracted. Most of the time you might be listening and not interrupting them, but your mind is honestly not there. So there's discipline that is required. And then you also withhold judgment. We all have ways and ideas of how things should work. But when someone else is speaking, are we holding off on what we think so that they actually tell you their piece of opinion, so they share openly and feel that they're heard? So if we look at active listening, it's a way of learning through conversation. And it requires comprehending the message by going beyond words to intention and non-verbal communication. So you're not just listening to what I'm saying. You're listening to what I'm not saying with my body. You're listening to what I'm not saying with my demeanor. Sometimes I could be telling you I was not happy with the way you conducted that meeting, but my face is looking very hurt. It should be able to slow you down so that you try and find out, why am I looking that hurt? What is it that I could have said that would have hurt you in that way? The feeling of not being heard can stop people from sharing. And that's another reason why people stop being open. If they're in a space where they feel they don't feel heard, it's unlikely for them to open up. they would feel the need to withhold information. So when you're withholding information and not sharing stuff about yourself, no one will ever see the better version of you, the best version of you. But with active listening, it will unlock a natural flow from the inside to the outside, because it builds a connection through trust. So for the leaders in here who may have been struggling with connecting with your teams, this is your starting point. Actively listening to the team, having one-on-one sessions with them. And in this one-on-one sessions, it's not just about the performance of the employee, but you're genuinely interested in what they have to say, whether it's work-related or not, that you're actually genuinely interested. That's the beginning point. It solves so many issues that you could be having with the team that you currently have. However, remember, we always have a bias. And sometimes our cognitive bias will impede our ability to listen to what the other person has to say. Because sometimes they could be sharing an issue that is disturbing them. And in your mind, you already see a solution. So you already have walked away from actively listening, to listening so that you respond. And this is where the discipline of training your mind to listen and withhold that judgment that you have to the end comes in. And that discipline comes with practice. It's not natural. It doesn't come naturally. So you'll notice that with a bias, sometimes we do selective listening. We're going to listen only to what we want to hear, and that's what we respond to. And in the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Stephen Covey says most people do not listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply. You've interacted with very many service providers. And if you think through some of them, most of them, when you raise an issue, when you complain, they listen so that they respond to you, not necessarily so that they understand you. And that is where bad customer service and good customer service can be differentiated through companies. When you call and you're listening to understand, you're likely to go the extra mile for that customer and turn that experience around to a positive one. For you to get to active listening and train your mind as well, there are different levels that we need to be aware of. Remember, we are growing. Remember, we are learning. And remember that every day is a learning lesson. So where we start from, we normally start from an internal listening level, where we are listening to speak. You're listening to respond. Then as you go by, as you become self-aware, as you start accommodating other people, you get into the second level where you listen to actually understand. This is where you apply empathy. This is where you put yourself in the other person's point of view so that you see where they're coming from. The third level is a global listening level where you listen to learn. So you're not only listening to really understand them, but you now start learning how to read their verbal cues. What is not being said? As they're talking, you can see they're sad or they're very happy about what they're sharing. They look like they are, this has been an issue that has been draining them, but finally they've been able to achieve it. So you're able to read where people are at. And that now becomes effective because even your responses will mirror what that person is saying. So when it comes to internal listening, we listen to speak, and it's instant and it's unconscious. We're not aware that's what we are doing. And most of us are here, me included, where someone is talking, but I'm listening so that I give you a response to it. Sometimes that response may not necessarily be what you wanted to hear. So even I need to get to the next level where I listen to understand. At this level, you hear what we hear and how we respond is largely influenced by our thoughts and emotions, not what the other person has said. We pay more attention to what's going on around us, going on inside us. Our mind wanders everywhere. Sometimes you remember that you forgot to leave money for food in the house. All the while your boss is talking, or your colleague is talking to you. but your mind is so far. Sometimes other distractions could be preoccupying your mind, and you're not making a conscious effort to stop them. And at this level, sometimes you're not even aware that you're distracted when someone else is talking. But you find yourself telling them, sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you say that again? That's where you catch yourself and promise yourself that the next time you're going to actively listen to what that person is saying. Those little voices in our heads that tell us the way we are tired as someone else is talking. We hear part of the conversation, we miss the critical information, and then we respond to only our opinion of what is being said. But you actually miss the point. This area, this level of listening is the most natural form of listening. It's not a bad thing, but it's an area we need to be aware of, because this is not where we should sit. We should strive to move to the next level, because remember, we are growing. We are exercising a growth mindset, all right? When we think about the focused level, the second level is where you're listening to understand. So you channel all your energy, pay attention to what that person is saying. And in this level, we take keen interest in what the other person, and you hear everything they're saying. You learn how to stop your own filters. You hold your judgment, you hold your opinion to yourself. You're not going to use your opinion to respond. You're going to first understand where that person is coming from, where they're at. At this level, your thoughts may wander, but you're able to consciously bring them back to the conversation that you're having currently. And we don't speak unless we have had them. So we don't interrupt. At this level, you've understood, you've grown to that level of even respecting the other person enough to not interrupt them when they're talking. It's hard. It doesn't happen in a day or two, but with practice and intention, you get there. Third stage, as we said, is where you listen to learn beyond the words and what is being said. Peter Drucker is an author who says the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. And not only in our workplace, even in our personal spaces. There's a lot that's not being said. There's a lot that our significant others are saying but are not saying. I hear that statement so many times with friendships that I'm beginning to get to understand why. Because people are not, day in, day out, people leave a conversation not feeling heard. And why would that be? So when I sit and I'm at a point where I'm the one listening to someone else open up their heart to me, I get to listen, to really, really, truly listen. Because I want them to feel heard. I want them to leave there having felt that they've been heard by the person they were talking to. Otherwise, it becomes such an empty space. The workplace becomes so empty, because if at home you feel unheard, and when you go into the office you feel unheard, then it ends up being such an empty space, which can be very draining. This level is an extension of level 2. So you're not only understanding, but you're also learning beyond what is being said, beyond what the words and what is being said. Some of the things that you need to look at are, what are the emotions running when that person is talking? What tone of voice are they using? How open are they to share, or how reluctant are they to give the information? If they are being reluctant to give information, there could be another way that you can ask a deeper question that will help them open up. Some subtle cues in the form of facial expressions. What's their body language? Are their hands crossed? Are their feet crossed? Are their hands akimbo? And with your hands akimbo, what does that mean? And can you interpret that so that you know how to handle that person? The good thing about these levels is that every level can be achieved with experience and practice. We all start at the first level where we just listen to respond. But because we are working on growth mindsets and constantly learning and evolving, then we can always achieve the second and the third level of listening. With active listening, there's a pipeline. There's what we do to get to understand, to really understand what is being said from the other person's view. First thing about active listening is collecting verbal and non-verbal information, collecting the raw data. Once you have that data, you process it with context, interpret and translate it. So you've heard what I've said. You have seen the body language that I have used to say what I've said. So now when you're processing it, you're processing so that you understand me and where I'm coming from with what I've said. The next step is where now you advise or you ask other questions, other deeper questions, so that you really take your time to understand what I'm saying and address that issue accordingly. Now, imagine if we all actively did this with intention, we would change very many aspects of our lives when it comes to communication. And this is the reason for this forum today and tomorrow, that we live here knowing some of the things that we've been doing right and some of the things where we've been going wrong. And where we've been going wrong, if it's a communication thing, now we know. Now that we know, we can do something about it. So when you're gathering the verbal and non-verbal information, don't use your filters. Put your personal filters aside. Your own judgment should not be included in this stage. Listen actively, pick up their mood, look at their body language and facial expressions, and it will help you decipher. It will help you understand where they are at. Once you have all the raw data, you can now come up with the insights. Where you now, your brain starts understanding or comprehending where the issue is coming from. It gives you a better understanding of what it is that person is saying. Now, remember, your judgment here has nothing to do with it. It's about the other person who's communicating. So place less weight on language and choice of words and more on the emotion. The emotions that are coming out from what is being said. When you're drawing insights, always ask yourself, is this what I observed and heard? Or am I being biased based on my own beliefs and experiences? Some of us have been through certain experiences that make us trivialize other people. That should not be the case. Just because that person has not been through the experience we have been through does not mean that they don't have a right to feel the way they're feeling. We should be able to give them the space to feel the way they're feeling, but now seek to understand why they're feeling that way. The third stage was where you engage actively. Constantly ask the questions that you may need to ask so that you analyze that situation even more. As much as you may be tempted to provide solutions, always hold yourself back. They normally say that men are solution providers. And when they have women in their lives who come and bring issues or they just want to vent, the man listens with the intent of giving a solution. Whilst the woman says, you don't even listen. I was not asking you to give me a solution. I just wanted to be heard. And I've heard that narrative so many times in so many different forums. But as much as possible, when you're in the position where you're listening, actively listening to other people, hold back that solution that you want, that you're so tempted to give a solution, but hold yourself. Because sometimes it's in holding yourself and allowing them to clearly communicate what they're saying that they'll walk away and say, thank you. Thank you for listening, because that's all they wanted. They just wanted you to listen. All right. Now, any questions about misunderstandings and active listening before we get into emotional intelligence? Yes, Moina? Munia, sorry.
Yes, thank you. You are talking about an important point. What wasn't said. How you can know what about what wasn't said? You know, you are talking to persons, and sometimes they are closed persons.
Yes.
And it's not easy to communicate with them and to know what they are thinking.
Yes.
And for my question is how to do it, how to help them to be more open and to say what they are thinking.
Okay. In such a scenario, if I know that this is normally a very close person, I would try and give them a scenario similar to theirs that I have gone through, and the feelings that were running in my mind, the thoughts that I had at that point, to show them first, I am being vulnerable in front of you with this particular issue, to show you that even I am not immune to some of these things. So based on that, I would tell them, I'd like to hear your thoughts. I'd like to know where you're at so that I know how to help you. Based on the fact that I have been in a similar situation and this is how I handled it. Sometimes you may need to show them a vulnerable part of you, but work related for that matter, to get them to that level of opening up. Have you ever tried that? And
okay.
Did it give you any result?
Okay.
Munia, have you ever tried that?
Yes, I try. I have the team,
yes.
And I had a person very close. I tried to be more open with him.
Yes.
But I didn't find any way to do it.
Okay.
I said, I asked myself many questions. Was the problem with me or with him?
Okay.
In order to help him to do more efforts, to have more. It was not easy.
Yeah.
I tried many way of communication.
Yes.
But he didn't change. He is all the time the same person. He maybe I try to know where is the problems.
Okay. Some people need time, especially because they already view us a certain way, especially if it's someone who's reporting to you. They could be holding back based on their opinion about who you are. Maybe they hold you in such high regard, they wouldn't want to show you that side of them. So sometimes it would mean that you keep engaging them, and especially with one-on-one sessions that don't necessarily talk about the performance, but just the person as they are. And then with time, you'll see that they'll get to open up. That's what I would do with a team that is being closed up. I would break them up into small sessions, 30-minute sessions once a week, and random. There's no time to prepare. Then I call you and we just have a chat. At that point, I would share something similar or something work related that would show you, even I am immune. I'm not immune to some of these things. I have been through them. What happens with that is that with time, it took a bit of time with some of them. Eventually, they opened up to the level where now we were able to be transparent when it came to the work issues that we were handling.
Okay, I will try to do it again.
All right.
Okay,
Eric?
thank you.
Eric, your hand is up.
Yes, thanks, Joy.
Yes.
Maybe would you be able to demystify to us whether there is a clear cut between listening, understanding, and hearing, and when do you know that you've communicated and someone has understood or has heard what you desired to say?
When you're listening, you are here. You are looking at the words. You're looking at the words. You are looking at what is being said. When you understand, you're putting yourself, you've actually gotten to now the level where you've put yourself in the other person's shoes, so that you understand even the emotion that they're using to say what they're saying. I don't know about you, but I've handled people who, when they're very upset, their voice gets very shaky. So when I'm listening to them, I'm not only hearing what they're saying, but I can sense their tone is also different. It's a bit raised, so I can tell they're either very frustrated or upset. So when I need to know that they understand what I have said, there are questions I ask them. We have a target, and our target for this quarter is X amount. Okay. Now, we need, in order for us to reach this amount, this is what I need to do. What do you think? And at that point, I want to hear from them, because by hearing from them, I'll gauge and try and understand. Do they understand even where I'm coming from in terms of the target? Remember, there are some organizations that set targets, but they never include the employee. The employee is just told, this is your target for this quarter. I, as the person they report to, I have a responsibility to break it down for them, because if they don't understand why that target has been set like that, they will not do it because from a point of understanding, they'll do it because it's a job. And it's only a matter of time that they get frustrated, because we should live for more than the bills that we are able to do because of a job. We should be able to do this work because we actually enjoy it. How do we enjoy work? Engaging them, actively engaging them. So my strategy would be, I listen to hear what they're saying, the words they're using to say what they're saying, but then I seek understanding by also looking at what emotion is being used when they're saying that. Some of them may not break down and cry, but you can tell that whatever you have said or whatever that has been said, it deeply hurts them. Then I'll seek clarification, sit with them, ask them draw them out in terms of the questions you ask. What do you think? Do you think there's another different way we could do this? Hear from them. Don't interrupt, even if you think there's a different solution. Just listen to what they have to say. You'd be surprised as to how many things people hold and walk away with because they either don't have the forum to share, or they're actually maybe afraid to share with you. Does that make sense, Eric? Eric?
Yes, sure. Thanks.
Rose, your hand is up.
Yes, my hand was up just to contribute to Munia's question.
Okay.
Perhaps a bit of what Eric is trying to ask.
Okay.
Just to add that maybe the skill required here is empathic listening.
Yeah.
Where you're not only listening to understand, but you are also having a skill of trying to reflect the feelings and wants of this person you're listening to.
Yes.
That way they feel understood and they drop down their defenses, because most of the time, when people become very defensive, and so there'll be no room for communication. So once you reflect their feelings and wants, and you're trying to, you have actually the intention of listening to understand, then they feel it. And then they can open up and you may understand them. But of course, again, as we said, it takes time to practice this.
Yeah, that's true. And that takes us next to emotional intelligence, where empathy is applied. Remember, we started with communication being from a point of the person who's receiving what you're saying. But now with emotional intelligence, you're putting in and bringing the aspect of self-awareness into the picture. Because once you're self-aware, you are aware of your emotions, and you start becoming aware of other people's emotions. So how do we do that? And how do we define emotional intelligence thereby? therefore. So you'll find that emotional intelligence is categorized into 5. You're working on your self-awareness, making sure that you understand yourself and your emotions. You're looking at self-management. Once you know these are the emotions I have, this is how I react to certain situations, you now manage yourself. This is where self-control comes in. Once you're able to do that, you're able to motivate other people, because now you're not only understanding yourself, but you're moving now into the sphere of understanding other people. You're able to bring in that special spark, that extra spark into the equation that could be missing. You're able to apply empathy into every situation that you have. And once you have all this going on, your social skills also grow and become very effective, because then you're able to put yourself into scenarios, different scenarios, start conversations with people you've never met before, but not because of anything else, but because you're curious. You're curious about other people. You've stopped being closed off, and you're walking with an open mind that I could learn anything and everything from anyone I meet. Everyone around me has something they can tell me that I didn't know. So we're going to look at these different aspects and see how do we start working on them. Some of us are already at self-awareness, but now it's time to move to self-management, where you're now being able to control your emotions in a way that will reflect even to the people who are reporting to you or the people who are working with you. So if we define emotional intelligence, it's you'll notice that in our workspace, you're defined by 3 things: technical skill, your intellectual skill, and your emotional capability. Your technical skill is the technical expertise. So M&E, this is what I do. This is the expertise I'm bringing on board. Your intellectual skill is your IQ or your cognitive abilities. And with IQ, you'll realize that it's either you have it or you don't. But now where the difference lies is with the emotional capability. Most of us are lacking in this area. And not just as employees, but as leaders and as human beings. We've gotten to a place where we all live for me, myself, and I. We fit into this box, beyond which we don't care. So long as it does not ruin my box, then you become unaware of everything else around you, which is wrong. And this is why emotional intelligence has become very vital, especially in the last 1 year and in this year, in the pandemic season. You will realize that empathy has been one thing that people have been pushing. It's been an agenda that most organizations are pushing. Emotional intelligence has been the agenda and the conversation that people are trying to work on and drive at. So it's the ability, emotional capability is the ability to recognize and understand and manage. You recognize your emotions, understand them, and manage them. So you manage for yourself first, and then you're able to manage for others. You can't manage other people's emotions if you do not know what your emotions are. And that's why everything stems and starts from self. Then the rest fall in place. So it's divided into 4 clusters, like we said: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, social skills, and empathy. All right, we're going to look at each area. And as we look at them, I'd like you, from an individual point of view, to honestly reflect. Have a critical self-reflection as we go through these areas. Am I practicing this area? Am I aware of my emotions? Because once you're aware of your emotions, there are so many things that begin to click or make sense and fall in place that sometimes we struggle with or have struggled with for a very long time. So the behaviors identified in EQ include the ability to recognize and understand your moods. Some of us normally say, I'm not a morning person. I wake up at 10 o'clock. After 10 a.m., I can say hi. But why is that? Could it be a mood issue? Could it be that in the morning your mood is low? Are you aware that that is what's happening? Do you understand or recognize the emotions that that come with someone who shouts or someone who uses vulgar language? Are you aware of the emotion that is triggered in you? Right? It's the ability to control or redirect disruptive impulses and moods to think before acting. They normally say women are very emotional, but I think it's human beings as a whole. We are emotional beings. So you're likely to react and have disruptive impulses sometimes, and you end up coming to say, I'm sorry, I lost my temper, or I'm sorry, I overreacted. It starts with self. Understanding self builds a bridge for so many other things to work and interact properly. The passion to work for reasons beyond money is squarely down on emotional intelligence. If you ask the current generation, millennial generation, if they could work for free, most of them say no. Because for them, if you're not paying them a lot of money, they're not going to come to work. But why is that? Are we able to have passion that is beyond the money that we get paid, or the status quo, or the significance that our titles give us? Do we understand that we are more than that title? Do we understand that that title can come and go, but we remain who we are, and we need to understand who we are? The ability to understand the emotional makeup of other people and the skill in treating people according to their emotional reactions. And that's why I'm saying, if you don't understand your own emotional reactions, you'll not be able to understand the emotional reactions of others. It would always make you wonder, is it my problem? Is it me, or is it them? The proficiency in managing relationships and building networks, the ability to find a common ground, the ability to build rapport. Some of us are very good at creating and starting rapport. Some of us struggle with that. It boils down to first understanding self. Once you understand self, you even build your self-confidence. You boost your self-esteem to a level that probably you've not been able to achieve before. As earlier stated, if you compare IQ and EQ, IQ is largely genetic. It's either you're very sharp, you're very smart and very, very bright, or you're not, or you're average. That goes with genetics. But with emotional intelligence, the emotional quotient, the good thing about this is that you can learn it at any stage. At your teen age, or your young adulthood age, or your old age. It's something that can grow. And growing your competency in emotional intelligence is not easy, and it's not quick. So just because we have learned the lesson today does not mean that tomorrow now you have emotional intelligence. It's something that you have to work at. You have to put in the effort. You have to be intentional about it. It takes perseverance in the process of critical self-evaluation and committing to improve yourself and making sure that now that I understand this is how I respond, or this is how I react, I am going to make sure that I know the triggers for this kind of reactions so that I work on them. Self-awareness. It takes you now to a space where your emotional maturity also starts to show. The quadrants are the self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship management, and empathy. Now, under self-awareness, you're looking at emotional self-awareness, accurate self-awareness, and self-confidence. This is where you build your self-confidence. Now you're beginning to understand yourself well. Don't get me wrong. It's not that we have achieved what we have achieved so far without knowing ourselves. We know ourselves, but we don't stop there. We keep growing. Once you have understood all that, you go into self-management, where you now start actively being in control of your emotions, becoming transparent to other people, and this is how openness begins. You become very adaptable. You're able to achieve, to have self-drive that is beyond that money, that is beyond that status quo that we all are searching for. And you start taking initiatives, regardless of whether there's more money in that initiative or not. You begin to start taking initiatives that probably before you were not able. Then once you have done that, you're able to now start even inspiring other people. You get into a leadership position and assertiveness becomes the norm. You're not struggling to be assertive. You're not struggling to say no when no is required. Yeah. Then you also start influencing and developing others. You're happy that people are developing. You're happy that people are growing. You become a change catalyst. You're able to do conflict management so easily. You start looking at what are the bonds that we can use to build relationships at work. Teamwork and collaboration become something that you are looking forward to, something that you're looking at. And when you're looking at social awareness, you are actively being empathic with people, that you are understanding the organization and how to fit into the organization. And then you become service-oriented. You put yourself in a place where leadership for you is from a standpoint of serving others, not being served. Many leaders in organizations today are in those positions expecting to be served. But if you think about leadership and what it entails a lot of serving others and not serving self. But for you to serve others, you need to understand self so that you jump into the next level. So let's look at those the different areas. Self-awareness, this is a core of emotional intelligence. When you think about emotional awareness, this is where you are able to read and understand your emotions and recognize their impact on your work and your relationships at work. When I interact with Joy, she speaks to me in a demeaning manner. And because of that, I get upset. Now, since now you know that Joy upsets you because of the way she talks to you, then you're able to start understanding, okay, what is this that she says that would make me that upset? When it comes to accurate self-assessment, this is where you're able to give a realistic evaluation of your strengths and limitations. Remember, we're looking at the different personality types and what the inherent strength is and the possible weaknesses. If you're driven, you know that you can be very domineering. So what are you doing to make sure that you're not domineering in a team group setup? Self-confidence is instilled in this area of self-awareness. This is where you have a positive and strong sense of one's self-worth. Why it's important to be aware of yourself is because you are the only one responsible for your confidence. There's no one else who can instill confidence in you but yourself. Because you get to a point where you understand yourself. What happens when you go into a company or an organization that does not recognize you? Does that steal your value away? No. Your value never changes because someone else is not able to recognize it. But you need to know that as an individual, at an individual level, you need to know that my value does not change. Your value does not change because you're not in a job. Your value does not change because you've not gotten that promotion. Your value remains. It's just that it has not been recognized at that point, but it still remains. The starting point and the key in this area is the ability to be critical about your own reflection. People will view you the way you view yourself. So if you don't have confidence in yourself, other people will not have confidence in you. And that's a point to always remember and also share with other people along the way, the people we interact with in our lives. When we come to self-management, when you think about self-control, this is a competency that comes under self-management, and it means that you're keeping disruptive emotions under control. The disruptive emotions and impulses. For example, when I get very upset, I take a walk. I walk away from the situation because I know if I don't do that, I will say something I will regret. secretly. So because I don't want to do that, I actually walk away and I ask the person, let us deal with this later. Because right now, it's not going to head the right direction. That's me trying to be in control of my destructive emotions. I know that this is going down badly. Let's just not go down that road again. Transparency, and this is where you maintain standards of honesty and integrity. Remember, you critically self-reflect. So because you're critically self-reflecting, honesty and integrity become part and parcel of you. You manage yourself and you're managing your responsibilities. So anyone who's working with you can see that you're being very open and transparent with how you do your work. Adaptability, this is where you become flexible in changing situations. If there's something the pandemic season has taught us, is that adaptability has to be the next quotient. And if you're not able to adapt into changing situations, you're going to struggle to overcome obstacles. Achievement orientation, this is where this is the guide. This is the guide that drives you to meet the internal standard of excellence. We all have a definition of what success looks like. We all have a definition of how excellence looks like in your view, in your circle. It may not necessarily be the way I view excellence, but we all have an internal standard of excellence. This is where you manage it. This is where you hone it. This is where you make it thrive. Once you're able to do that, then you take initiative. This is where you're always ready to seize the opportunities that come up. And you're not just seeing the opportunity, but you're seizing it and taking action. Some people have been in organizations for 10, 15, 16, 20 years. And they complain that they've not been promoted or they've never been given chances to grow. But my question normally to such people normally is, what have you done about it? You're in a space where you feel you're ready for the next move. What are you doing about it? You're in a space where you have a team that is not being that you're not gelling well with, along with. What are you doing about it? If we all waited for things to even out, if we all waited for things to work out, we would wait a long time. So the question I would ask us is, what are we doing about being self-aware? What are we doing about managing our emotions? When it comes to social awareness, this is where you're intentionally using empathy, constantly putting yourself in other people's shoes. Understand that this is the emotion they're having, taking an active interest in their concerns. Sometimes even the way someone comes and asks you, hi, I heard you're not well. How are you feeling today? I hope you're better. That's empathy. It's not necessarily just when you're having a conversation with someone. It's just the fact that you're actually concerned about them. When it comes to organizational awareness, how are you being able to read the currents of the organization? How are you able to navigate the politics in the organization? Are you being able to neutrally stand your ground? Or are you being swayed to the sides that happen to form in organizations? Being organizationally aware means that you not only understand yourself, but you understand the position you hold in that organization, and you appreciate it. Service orientation, which is recognizing and meeting customer needs. This is where you put the person you're serving first. Understand that they have a need and look at different ways that you can meet that need. The other area is relationship management, and it has 7 competencies. Remember, we are working on self. Everything about emotional intelligence starts with yourself. So by the time you're managing other people, by the time you're having social skills, it means that you're now in a position where you can be a visionary leader. You can inspire and guide other people. You can develop other people. People stop being threats to you. As a manager, if you have a team that is extremely blessed in terms of talent and expertise, they should not be a threat to you. If anything, they should help you move to the next level so that you open up your space for them. But you can never achieve that. You cannot achieve that if you don't first understand yourself and understand what you're capable of. In this area, you're able to influence. It's the ability to exercise a range of persuasive strategies with integrity, so that you're not only listening to what other people are saying, but you're stating what you need to communicate. You're stating it in a clear manner. You're able to convince other people on the message that you're trying to put across. You become a change catalyst in the organization. So even when people are looking or thinking about an idea negatively, you're able to sway them. You're able to make them see the bigger picture in that particular idea. Conflict becomes a non-issue for you. You're able to resolve disagreements easily. You don't shy away from them. In fact, you walk into them. You walk right into them and resolve them. Building bonds. This is where you're able to maintain the relationships. You're able to maintain the team that is working with you. There's a bond that keeps growing, not because of anything else, but because you're stemming from a point of understanding yourself. Teamwork and collaboration become the next best thing. There's that synergy that I've been talking about in the morning session, that teamwork, that people working together as opposed to working in silos. You're able to bring people together. People collaborate much easier because there's that EQ that is working. And once you keep working, once you start working on it and you keep evolving and growing, what you have is what you get and achieve at the end is transformational learning. And this is the same thing even with the trainings we attend. We attend so many trainings, we get so many skills along the way. But if we don't do anything about them, then we are not learning, we are not being transformed. We are still remaining as we were, but with a lot of information. So there needs to be the next step. The next step comes from growing your emotional intelligence. Now you know what it is, you understand what it is, and you know where you're at. I'm either at self-control or I'm either at still trying to understand myself. Okay, it's a starting point, and then you keep growing. This growth comes from critical self-reflection. To understand what critical self-reflection means, we need to understand what reflection is. Reflection is where you analyze your beliefs. Remember, we've all been brought up differently. We've schooled in different places. We've lived in different locations. And we have different experiences that have formed our opinions and how we view life. Reflecting on all these things helps you start understanding yourself. Why are you the way you are? At reflection level, you now need to move to the next level, which is critical reflection. And this is where you analyze the assumptions on which your beliefs are built. Some of us assume that the next person will understand them. Some of us will assumptions you've come up with over time. Then now, once you've done that, you get to critical self-reflection. This is where you pose problems to yourselves and start asking yourself questions. Why? Why am I doing what I'm doing? Yeah, it requires you to question yourself and honestly speaking and honestly answering yourself. Why? And when you think about the why question, think about it in three levels. Why did I react the way I did? Get an answer and an honest answer for that. Okay, but why do I believe that is why I behaved the way I did? Get the answer to that, and then get even deeper. What has made me believe that? When you ask the why question and critically answer it and in an honest way, you begin to see things differently. You begin to see and start learning people differently. If the assumptions are invalid, then we change that assumption, and therefore your perspective then becomes a transformational learning occurrence. Again, we want to be leaders that are effective. We want to be leaders who are impactful. This is a journey that we all have to go through so that that impact can be felt by other people around us. Brings us to empathy. As a leader, as a human being, as a colleague, as a friend, we all need empathy. And it's the ability to step into other people's shoes. Don't get it confused with do unto others what you'd want them to do unto you. No. Empathy is you honestly put yourself in another person's shoes. Try to understand their feelings, try to understand their perceptions, and use that understanding to guide your actions. Empathy doesn't stop developing in childhood. It can be nurtured, it can be grown throughout our lives. And we can use it as a radical force to bring in social transformation. Empathy is something that is lacking, not only in the workplace, but every sphere of our lives. There are people who don't know that empathy is something that they need to practice. But if they're told, they could start practicing it. But in order for you to even show someone else empathy, you need to know yourself. You need to be empathic to yourself as well. Some of us don't know how to put ourselves in other people's shoes, because we have a very warped way of thinking, or the way we've been brought up has been very skewed into thinking about just yourself. There are some habits that you can that you can have, that you can cultivate that will help you become empathetic. And some of the habits is that become very curious, have an insatiable curiosity about strangers. I normally talk to people randomly on the street, not because I'm curious about where they're going or anything, but just interact with them. What curiosity does is that it expands your empathy when you talk to other people. When someone tells you their life story or a journey they had or an incident they had, you begin to realize that you're lucky, that your journey has been smoother than the rest. You begin to appreciate where people are coming from. Curiosity is good for us because it helps us identify our strengths. It can help you understand where you're at and really appreciate where you're at. Another way to practice empathy is challenge the prejudices and discover commonalities. So for example, when we think about religion, we all have different religions that we have interacted with or are in. Instead of going with the norm of Christians are like this, or Hindus are like this, or Muslims are like this, interact with these people. Interact with them and find out, what are their beliefs like? Why do they pray the way they do? You might be surprised that you will learn a few common things that are practiced in that religion are also in your religion, and you begin to appreciate each other. You begin to appreciate the individuality of each person, not the religion, but the individuality. Try another person's life. Walk a mile in my shoes before you judge me or criticize me. You might be surprised that you'll have nothing to say after that. Listen hard and open up. Now, you need to remember the pipeline for active listening. Master the art of radical listening. So this is where you go all out and listen, actively listen to that person. But over and above listening to them, you need to make yourself vulnerable. So Munia, maybe you could try this again with the colleague, where you show them a bit, open up a bit and show them a vulnerable side of you, but within the work context. So they understand, by the way, we are all human and sometimes we are bound to make mistakes, and this was my mistake. you might see a difference in terms of the person opening up as a result as well. We are so masked. When we come into the office, we bring our best version. But sometimes even our best version is not enough. Sometimes the best version is not what necessarily that you need to be fronting. It's important sometimes to remove your mask a little bit, reveal a little bit about who you are. Transparency now becomes so seamless because people are now feeling hard. People are now feeling that they're in a real space with real people who have real issues that they go through. Remember, empathy is a two-way street. Give empathy and it will come back. So it's built upon mutual understanding, and it's important for you people to respect each other. The two of you and I, need to have mutual respect. Empathetic people inspire mass action and social change. You never know what the next action that is requiring your indirect or direct involvement to be. Empathetic people will develop an ambitious imagination. They empathize with people, and not because they're pitying them, but because they're trying to understand. They're trying to appreciate where they've been and where they're going and where they are. Everyone's journey is unique and different, and we need to celebrate each other. I think sometimes we tear each other down so much, and in the workspace, in the workplace, it's more of competition than anything else, that we have forgotten that at the end of the day, we are human beings, and human beings, as human beings, we need to accommodate each other a bit better than we are right now. At work, how do you develop empathy? Give your full attention. I used to be one of those team leaders who, when a team member comes to me, I'm constantly on the laptop, and then I'll tell them, "Don't worry, I'm listening. Go on." But I'm not paying attention. I'm not looking at them. Chances are half of what they say I have not heard, because honestly, my mind is not there. This story where people say that people multitask. When it comes to listening, you can't multitask. You're either there fully or you're not. So give your full attention at work. Always listen with empathy. Consider other people's perspectives. It's not always your way that is right. Another way could add value to the idea that you have. Be open to that. Before you criticize someone, walk a mile in their shoes. Walk a mile in their shoes. Before you blame someone, walk a mile in their shoes. You'll be surprised that they actually did their best. It's just that they didn't get that deadline. Examine your own attitude and keep an open mind. Placing too much emphasis on your assumptions and beliefs doesn't leave much space for empathy. Leave your beliefs aside a bit. Open up to other people. Always take action. There's no one right way to demonstrate your compassion, your compassionate empathy. Listen actively, put yourself in their shoes, try and understand their emotions, and you'll notice that one day you'll get the hang of it. You'll get the rhythm of the kind of empathy that you need to practice in the different scenarios that you have at work, because everyone is also very different. Remember, empathy is not about what you want, but what the other person wants and needs. So any action you take or suggest must benefit them. I am not saying this is a walk in the park, but it is a journey worth pursuing, a journey worth trying. It comes out with a lot of satisfaction, self-satisfaction, intrinsic self-satisfaction. Because in the bid of trying to be considerate to others, they actually feel heard, they actually feel appreciated. Random acts of kindness will always brighten anyone's day. So it doesn't have to be in a workspace. It can be a simple comment about the work they did today. That was excellent. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you for being on time with the deadline. Small acts, small random acts of kindness go a long way. Now that we understand, do we see where we fall? I'd like to hear from a few people and see where are we at? Are we actively practicing empathy? Or is it something now that it has been highlighted? Is it something that we can start doing? Melvin, your thoughts? Hi, Melvin.
Yes, Joy.
What are your thoughts? Where are you at? Where would you rate yourself at when it comes to your emotional intelligence and how you're applying empathy at the workplace?
Well, like you said, it's not easy. At times, that there are phases you feel better, because also I feel like in as much as we try to be professional all the time and aware of our office spaces, at times personal, what's going on in your personal life might influence the way you react or handle different situations.
Yeah.
So in general, you try to be aware of these things we've talked about on empathy and being just simple courtesies, for example. But at times also, I think the challenge comes when probably you have personal problems going on. So that's the balance also we might have to be looking out for.
So being aware that there's this thing that's happening and having that at the back of your mind when you're at work. Yeah?
Yes.
So that you know, I'm likely to be triggered by something very small.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Sakila, your thoughts? Hi, Sakila. Sakila, hi. All right. Let me hear from Yetnayet.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
In our case, since we are cooperators, since we work with human, they always come with their personal issue, their personal agenda. We have to go extra mile. As a professional, maybe we just see what the law says, what's applicable, what's not applicable. But it goes always beyond that. So empathy is very important for our work because there is a human element in what we do. So people face a lot of things, a lot of problems, which is beyond what has been said in the rules and regulations. So we have to feel what they feel. We have to be in their shoes in order to understand what is going on in their life, and we can solve their problem. So as a cooperator, as someone who's engaged in human element, empathy is really important in what we do, not only in our personal life, but in our cooperative, in our circle. Empathy is very vital, very important. Unless and otherwise, we feel what they feel. It is not easy to solve their problems, which could be solved financially or economically. So yes, we try to develop empathy all the time.
Okay. Dr. Sifa, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yes, please. I think I just echo what Melvin and Edna has already said about empathy.
Yeah.
And what you said yourself, the most important one, to be empathetic first, is to look. It is inward looking.
Yeah.
Because you cannot give what you don't have.
Exactly.
So and again, it's a long life training. So it's something which does not stop.
Yeah.
It's only that we're at different levels.
Yes,
that's
true.
Yeah, it's like a continuum, and the different people are at different levels, and we have to thrive and continue. And the empathy is both ways. I mean, in all situation relationship, it goes both. It's not a one-way kind of traffic.
Yeah.
And maybe to finish. Yeah. And that is where now the shortcoming of empathy is not in concept in itself, but in the human interactions. Is that there is also people who take advantage when you're empathetic, because then they don't know how to draw the line, or rather they are deceptive.
Yes.
They want to deceive, and that has already created that could be the what I could say, the shortcoming in terms of with all things going on in the world nowadays. Then people feel like it becomes you become more critical instead of pathetic, because we are like, is it true? Is the saying the truth? Is the person is the situation as I could imagine, those kind of because people we live in the world which is not free from deceit. So basically, at the back of our mind, we also have that. So the challenge becomes, how do we then all the time juggle and balance empathy and how can I call it? The dupeness, the keyword there is that people not taking advantage. So that becomes again now the challenge, to try and balance that, because in any case we are not saints, all of us.
Yes.
So things can be used and misused.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is also in line with how well are we being able to read body language, in the sense that there are certain cues that when I'm lying, you're going to know. When you just look at me, you're like, oh, you're lying to me. Just tell me the truth. So also getting to that level of understanding and reading people's body language, so that it helps you know whether they're being genuine or not. Monia, your hand is up.
Yes.
Yes.
In order, in my experience, I use to put myself in the other people's shoes. You know why? In order to put them in confidence.
Yes.
But sometimes not all people can use this character in bad ways.
Yes.
Yes, because the person are different. So sometimes when people see that you are an empathic person and you are kind, they can use it in bad ways with you.
Yes.
So we have to choose when you have to be empathic and when we don't have to do it. I think
that's true. That's true. And then also just being able to understand the people you're working with will help you know when are you applying it, and when are you just being assertive and making sure that things are being done the way they're supposed to be done. Yeah. Mr. Temo, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you for the training. I mean, I'm really enjoying the training. It is opening a lot of things in my head. But this is the thing: empathy is very serious in a working environment. A working environment is a home away from home.
Yes.
And you, as a boss or as an employee, you have to be willing to be approachable. Then you can now cultivate empathy for other people, because you got to be willing to listen to other people's problems, other people's situations, other people's conditions. Then you can fit yourself into that person's problem and then you can find a way around it. If you are not approachable, you are a boss or you are an employee, you're not approachable. Even a colleague can't trust you, or you're not approachable. Everything they tell you, you burst into flame. You have a different way. People, you not get to have that empathy in you for other people's situation. Let's hope for us. We need to cooperate it. Practical example. Sometimes school fees are emotional problems for other people. Sometimes disaster, natural disaster, like fire burning of a house. Those are all emotional issues for other people. Even standing with somebody, the way you portray yourself, the way you handle the situation, the way you talk to the person, your physical expression tells the person that you are very, you put yourself in a person condition. So I thought to make that contribution.
Thank you so much for that. That is very true. You have to be approachable. And for you to be approachable, then you need to be open-minded as well. You're putting yourself, you're keeping your beliefs listening to other people. Because otherwise we can all walk around being very opinionated and not achieve anything at all. Yeah. Any other comments from the team?
True.
Thank you so much for that.
No, thank you. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm following. Thank you.
One more person before we go to our next session that is quite brief. Mr. Asira. Geoffrey. Are we together, Geoffrey? Are you still there? All right. Eric, any comments from you?
No, not really, Choi. I'm fine. I'm fine. I was trying to relate empathy and like hard communication. When you try to speak and over yourself to someone else, but I've also gotten the comments from the rest, like we need to be careful, not really to be misused or one taking advantage of our kindness or our meekness in that angle. So it's a good running point from the team also.
And then also one thing I don't know whether you've ever noticed, but when you are actively practicing empathy, you notice that your instincts are also very strong. They come alive. Sure. Somehow you pick on things that normally you'd not be able to pick on, because you're practicing putting yourself in other people's shoes. So there are things that you'll be able to pick and know that they're true. And there are other things, and there are other situations where someone will present to you and this one is just a lie. You may not put them out directly that it's a lie, but deep down, they're just trying to take advantage of the situation. So also relying on being careful and also relying on that instinct that kicks in, because it's natural for for our human behavior to try and make sure that we protect ourselves from getting hurt as well. So it's not in as much as you're saying that you're putting your heart out, even if you're putting your heart out, it has a way, it has a mechanism of making sure that it picks on what is actually true sometimes, and sometimes it's able to tell you, no, this situation is not correct. So relying on that as well. Don't second guess that instinct. Yeah. All right. Let's go to our next session where we talk about presentation skills. Do you know that people, the moment you show up, you'll be judged, 93% you'll be judged by how you appear and your body language. The rest is your words. 7% is your words. So knowing that only 7% is what you're going to say and the rest is how you're going to present yourself, you need to look at excellent presentation skills. What makes a presentation excellent? What makes a conversation or a public speaking scenario an excellent one? You need to practice. Where the church I go to, our pastor used to tell us that before the sermon on Sunday, he preaches to himself in front of a mirror 7 times every day, up until, so if he prepares his sermon on a Wednesday, he'll practice that sermon 7 times to himself. He'll preach to himself 7 times up until Sunday, the day he stands on the podium and preaches and delivers his sermon to the congregation. Must he do that? No. But what is he driving at? Excellence. He wants things to make sense. He wants things to flow. He wants you to understand where he's coming from, or why he's saying what he is saying, or why he has such strong convictions about what he's talking about. So practice makes perfect. Practice your speech a few weeks ahead of the big day. They normally say that for a presentation of 2 hours, you need to have at least put in 100 hours of work. 100 hours is a lot of time for you to get to that perfect, excellent level. Use the time to master each word. Some of us get called up on stage impromptu. Some of us are natural presenters. We just take it and we run with it. So some of us actually need extra work. So if you need time and you've been given time in advance, you've been told on this particular day you'll be presenting to the board this particular report, then you start working on it and you start preparing yourself early. Record yourself if you must, so that you see, are you flowing? Are you having too many cues that are disruptive? What else can you work on? What can you get rid of in that presentation? Know every word of your speech, but give it personality. Use stories to capture your audience's attention. Practice with an audience. Sometimes I had a family relative who used to use her children the days before her court session. She would use her children as her audience, and she would talk to them. And they would tell her, we don't understand what you're saying, but you sound really good saying it. And sometimes it builds that confidence that you need when you're about to present something to a group of people. You need to learn how to hook your audience attention. But how do you hook your audience attention if you don't know who your audience are? So find out in advance, who are your audience? What do they like? What are they into? So that even when it comes to jokes or icebreakers, you look at scenarios and areas that you can plug into that they will relate to. Your body language. What are your hands saying? Where are your hands? If your hands are shows if you're too anxious. So your hands should be free and moving around, because sometimes they actually help you present a point stronger than it would sound just as a word. So your body language, your posture. Sometimes when you slouch, it presents that you're not confident about who you are or about yourself. So your posture, your poise, and your deportment are things that you need to consider. How do you sit up? How do you walk? How do you hold yourself? Remember, confidence can only be instilled by you. We're looking at values that are intrinsically coming from inside and being drawn out to the outside. So what are you telling yourself every day when you wake up? What are the values that you're instilling in yourself? What are those things that you do daily on a repeat to make sure that you are in step with getting to that level of excellence when it comes to presenting reports or having a conversation or a talk in front of a group of people. As a leader, you'll be called upon a lot of times to maybe give a vote of thanks or present awards at the end of the year, for example. How prepared are you for scenarios like that? Do you even think that scenarios like that would happen? Yeah. So practice makes perfect. Don't get stuck, move around, command the room. What normally happens is that now that the virtual space has kicked in and people are able to log in virtually, normally when you have in-person presentations, don't get stuck at one corner when you're having a presentation. Command the room, walk around, interact with the people that you're talking to. And this is why you have to prepare in advance so that you know what your next slide is talking about. You know what the next word is and why you put that word there. When you're preparing the content, when you're thinking about what to present, think about what to present with the audience in mind. You know what kind of audience they are. So you're going to use the knowledge you have about who they are to come up with the content that would be relevant to them. You'll see that if you've seen Kevin Hart is a comedian and he's very funny. You'll see that he doesn't stop moving. He uses his body to emphasize what he's telling the audience. The same thing with South African comedian who's now doing the Daily Show in America. He will command the room. He walks around. And sometimes this is how you capture your audience. So think about what kind of audience am I having? What would I want them to come out with? What is that one key thing? What are those 2-3 key things that I would want them to walk away with? Then now you work on that. Have a goal in mind. What are the things that you want to communicate? So that even when you're doing your presentation slides, every slide has a point that you're driving home. And it's interconnected. From the first slide to the last slide, there's a flow and it makes sense and it's interconnected with each other. Get to know your audience, always get to know your audience. If you're presenting to a group of children, then make it as simple as possible. Your language needs to be very simple so that they understand. But if you're presenting to your colleagues, and these are people who work in the same department with you, so they understand your language. So that would be an easier presentation because even if you use hard words, those are hard words that they've had before. Now, if you're working as you're in a cooperative and you are engaging your members, remember these are members from different backgrounds. So you'd need to put that in mind so that even the choice of words you use is simple to understand. If you use very difficult grammar, you lose your audience at what does that word mean? What do they mean when they say that? That's where you lose them. So knowing your audience will help you know even the kind of structure, the kind of words that you're going to use. It will help you with the way you're going to speak. It will help you even with the kind of energy that you need to walk that room and command it. Yeah. Always begin with an interesting question or a story. People get intrigued by stories, and sometimes stories are very memorable. People will never forget a story, and then it's a story that is tied into the main point of the conversation. It becomes very memorable. So think through the kind of content that you're going to share and link it up with a story. It will help take the audience's focus off you and places their attention on what you're talking about. Find others who are going through the same issues as you, people who have presented before. They could give you pointers as to things that they do that make them either get rid of the nerves that you get before a presentation, and also what helps them concentrate, what helps them get prepared for that presentation. Remember, sometimes you're presenting to the board. Sometimes you're presenting to the CEOs or the owners of the companies. And sometimes you want to make a good impression. They normally say you only have one chance to make a first good impression. Then you have to really work hard after that to make another one. The first 7 seconds, remember at the beginning? A fact is the first 7 seconds is what you have to make a good impression. When you're presenting and when you're talking to people, it's good to get feedback. Ask them, how was the session? How did you find the session? Let them give you feedback. There's nothing wrong with receiving feedback, whether positive or negative, because it helps you grow, it helps you improve. The next time you're called upon to do a presentation, you'll be able to know what worked and what didn't work and improve on it. Your audience may point out things that you will do, that you do while speaking that you are not aware of. And that's good feedback for you, because then the next time you'll be more confident. You'll have a better command of the room. You'll have a better command of the audience that you have, right? Remember, we've been talking about body language all day. Some of the things that we do, I think I used to do some things not knowing what they meant until I came across articles that were actually now narrowing down on body language and what it means and how to read the body language. When someone comes up to you with their hands akimbo, this is what they're communicating. I'm in authority. I'm confident about myself. Now, arms akimbo, in as much as it will show confidence and authority, sometimes it could show that you're domineering. So you have to be careful as to who you do that to. There are people who will interpret that in a negative way. When your feet are facing directly towards someone, it shows you're interested in what someone is saying. When your feet are not pointing, are not directly towards someone, it could mean you're in a hurry or you want to leave. So remember what I was saying. How do we get to the level of reading body language? It's not easy. It doesn't happen in our stance. It takes practice. It takes time. But when we practice, the more we learn how to read each other, the better we get at it. When you're genuinely interested in someone, even at work, you'll notice that you mirror what they do. So if someone holds their hand like this, you find yourself holding your hand like this because you're in conversation, you're in deep conversation with them. If they hold their hands, you find yourself folding your hands again. Mirroring someone means that you're interested in the person or you're comfortable in their presence. When you're shaking your legs, it could mean you're impatient or you're nervous or you're anxious. So don't get confused as to why people shake their legs when they're around you. It could just mean that maybe you make them nervous or you make them anxious. When someone lowers their head, you approach someone, you are talking to someone else, but when they talk to you, they lower your head. It could be that they're hiding something, or they don't want you to know the truth. Or it could just genuinely be someone who's shy. So they don't keep eye contact. Remember, we are from different cultures, African cultures, where eye contact is a no-no. So you'll find someone who, every time you talk to them, they lower their head. Not disrespectfully or anything. It's because it's coming from a point of shyness. When you arc your eyebrow, what does it mean? It could say that the person arcing the eyebrow is intrigued with what you're saying. Direct eye contact shows confidence, but in some cultures, and that is why we also need to be aware of where someone is coming from. It could mean defiance. It could mean that you're challenging the other person. So in regard to the organization and holding everything else constant, direct eye contact shows you're interested in what it honestly shows that you're only interested in what they're saying, not anything else. These are the things are born from all the cultural influences and experiences that we've all had. When you blink too much, it could also mean that you're nervous or anxious. Squinting could show that you're feeling threatened or you're unhappy, or sometimes you're just tired. The people who have been on the computer for too long and they're tired, their eyes are tired, so they end up squinting. so that you're not able, you stop misreading people. Sometimes we misread people and we end up having misunderstandings that could have been avoided. When you cross your arms, it shows that you're uncomfortable or you're becoming defensive. Even the way you sit, when you slouch, when you sit upright, it could communicate what you're trying not to communicate. A slouch kind of sitting position could mean you're not interested. Sitting upright and with the right posture could mean that you're paying attention to the person. So again, if anyone has ever walked away from you and told you, you're clearly not paying attention, I've gone. I'll come back to your desk another time. It could be one of the small things, the small, seemingly insignificant things on that our bodies are speaking that have communicated very loudly to the person who was trying to talk to you. So it's good to know how to read body language, practice with each other if we can, so that we become effective in communication. Another example, when someone is lying, what kind of look do they have? When someone is up to no good, what would be the look? This gentleman, the second gentleman from the left, or my left, is showing a very straight kind of face, but with his hands in the pocket. That sometimes in certain circles would be interpreted as this is a menace and he's hiding something, but you're not sure what they're hiding. If someone doesn't look you in the eye, but is constantly looking somewhere else, and his hands are akimbo, it could be that they are very defensive and nervous at the same time. Hands akimbo and with a smirky kind of face, you're not smiling and you're not upset, but you're an in-between, could be interpreted in certain circles that you're insecure and indignant or arrogant and you're opinionated. I'd need us to practice reading other people in the coming week and just try and understand if you're being able to read them right. It helps, it goes a long way in helping you understand even some of the things that end up being said or not being said in a forum or in an office. Other examples, if your hands are akimbo, remember, people will interpret that as defensive. So where should your hands be? Place your hands where you feel most comfortable. But also remember, people are looking at your gestures, your facial expressions. They're looking at where your legs are pointed. They're looking at how your shoulders are positioned. The guy in a suit in the middle shows his shoulders are slightly up and his eyes are a bit slightly up and his hands are folded. His legs are slightly closed together. It shows a closed mind. It shows a hostile attitude. It shows insecurity and aggression. Now, if that is already being seen, imagine he only has 7% left in terms of the words that will come out of his mouth for people to understand him. What would people understand from that kind of stance, from that kind of body language? 93% of the people perceiving and judging you are already judging you based on your body language. So it needs to be right. We need to know what we are trying to communicate with our body. When you're lying, there's a way you smile or there's a way you twitch. And people have gotten to know with time that this is how, when Joy is lying or not being honest with what she has done, there's a way she smiles or there's a way she twitches her eye. If someone is able to read that, they can tell. They can tell when you're lying, they can tell when they're trying to get away with something. When you cross your legs and you're having a smirky look on the face, it's not a smile, but it's also not a sneer, it's just a smirky smile. It would show that you're lying and that you're not open to communicating. Again, people read us and people read us from even influences of our cultures. And Dr. Sifa had reiterated earlier, some of us, when you look our elders in the eye, they will look at that as defense or defiance. So again, what are we trying to communicate with our bodies, and in what environment are we in? Different circumstances will call for different body language. Let's get to the point where we start understanding ourselves. Self-awareness, remember? We're going back to self, understand our emotions, have a hold and control over emotions. Then we'll be able to get that level of confidence that shows, yes, I know what I'm doing, I know what I'm saying, and this is what I'm saying. Okay? When it comes to gestures are non-verbal. It's purely non-verbal communication. Where are your hands when you're talking? What is your body doing? Are you walking around? Are you standing at one spot? The gestures and how they're used by people when people are listening to you. They use them to check, are you being sincere with what you're saying? Are you welcoming the opportunity to address them? Again, someone can walk into your office, you're the boss, and they are unable to say what they wanted to say just because of your body language, the gestures. You've walked in and you've crossed your hands and you said, yes, how can I help you? And at that point, the confidence to share what they had disappears and they walk away and they tell you, it's okay, I'll come another time. Gestures will help the listeners. Your listeners will use their visual sense to see if they can truly believe what you're saying. They're going to check if you're interested in them and you care about them. How do they do that? When they walk into your office, you actually stop what you're doing and you lean in and listen to what they have to say. That opens them up. That tells them that you're ready to listen and you're ready to hear what they have to say or try and understand what they have to say. It also, gestures will help the listener find out if you're confident and in control of the situation. Remember, Monia, you mentioned that there are people who've taken advantage of you trying to be empathic. Sometimes they're going to gauge you. They're going to gauge how confident you are and how in control you are of the situation. If they see a least bit lack of control, they always try to take advantage of that. So I think it's also in our honors to make sure that we are confident in what we are communicating, so that even when we are being empathic, people understand I'm being empathic from a confident point of view. I am trying to honestly put myself in your shoes so that I see where I can best help you. Yeah. So different things will mean differently different people and different backgrounds and cultures. The locations, like Dr. Sifa had said, some of the gestures that are used in Africa would be interpreted differently if you went to Europe, or if you went to Africa, or if you went to America or Asia. So we need to understand ourselves, because when you understand yourself, you get more clear. The more you practice, the more you get confident in yourself, the more your gestures also become very clear as to what you're trying to say. Other gestures that people look at, when your head is tilted to the side, what does it communicate? It shows you're keenly listening, or you're interested in what is being communicated. When you are rubbing your hands together briskly, it shows that you're waiting in anticipation. In other spaces, it could mean you're being cold, or you're mindful of the setting. You're being mindful of the setting that is around you. When your palms are open and facing upward, it shows openness and honesty. And they normally say you can't receive when you're holding on to something else. You can't receive something when you already have something you're holding. You need an open hand to receive. So it shows openness when your palms are open and facing upward. So even when you're talking to a group of people, what are you doing with your hands? What are they interpreting with what you're doing with your hands? When you stand straight without shoulders, with shoulders back, it shows confidence. You're confident in yourself. When you stroke your chin, for the gentlemen in the group, when you stroke your chin or beard, what are you communicating? When one strokes the chin, you're communicating that you're in deep thought. And sometimes it's unintentional. You're not even aware that you're doing it, but that's what it's interpreted as. When you lean in, it shows interest. It shows that you're interested in what the person is saying. When you cross your arms, like we said earlier, it shows defensive. It shows a sense of defensiveness. When you bite your nails, there are people who bite their nails in public or in a circle of people. It shows that you're stressed or you're nervous or you're insecure about something. And some people bite nails without being aware. And in some certain circles, biting nails could show boredom. So if you're keen on observing even the audience in the room, one day look at the people who bite their nails and see, are they actually listening to whatever is going on around them? You might find that they're actually bored, and that's why they're doing that. When you place your hand on the cheek, this can mean that you're lost in thought or you're considering something. And that's what I was telling you, when people are mirroring, when someone places their hand on the cheek, you find yourself placing your hand on the cheek, but it could communicate something very differently to someone else. So a person lost in thought is not paying attention anymore. You've lost them. So you need to bring them back into the conversation that you're having. When someone is tapping or drumming fingers, what does that mean? They're growing impatient or tired. They're tired of waiting. It shows boredom. They've been waiting for you for the last 20 minutes. They're about to leave. When someone is touching their nose, and I have done that today, but it was an itch on my nose. So when someone is touching their nose, what does it mean? It can be a signal of disbelief or rejection, and it can also demonstrate that an individual is being untruthful about what they're saying. When they place their fingertips together, it's called stippling of the fingertips. It demonstrates control and authority. If someone walks into your office and you put everything down and you put your fingertips together, that communicates authority. That communicates that you're in control and you're here to listen. It's used by bosses to show, and it's figuratively speaking, it shows authority. When the head is in the hands, it could demonstrate boredom. When people already are doing this, when you call them into a meeting and they're already holding their head, it could communicate that they're bored or they're ashamed or upset. So depending on the context of what the meeting is about, it could be either they're ashamed of why they've been called there. They know that what they've done has caused them to be called. So learning again will happen with time, but we can always start from somewhere. And it's out of curiosity that we start learning how to read body language. And we shouldn't stop, all right? Remember, we talked about your tone of voice. Over the phone, people will judge you 70% by your tone. As soon as you pick that call, someone will tell who you are just by your tone. A flat tone shows you're bored and you're being bothered. And a very high tone could be interpreted as you're very upset and aggressive. But just the right tone, a happy, enthusiastic kind of voice will show someone that, yes, this is someone who's happy doing what they're doing, and they're happy to receive my call. They're ready to actually hear what I have to say. It tells who you are. It gives the opportunity to advertise your best self. So you don't want to sell yourself short by the tone of voice that you have. And I don't know whether you've ever noticed, when you get a call from a colleague or even your boss and you're at home and maybe you had taken a nap, have you ever noticed you clear your voice and you actually sit up straight so that when you pick the call, you sound that, yes, I'm upbeat and I'm energetic. I do that. Especially in the morning when I've just woken up and someone calls me, I'll clear my throat. I will, because I want them to get my best version of myself, not my sleepy version, not my early morning version, just my best version. So observe yourselves and see if that's something that is similar to what you do. The tone of voice also it makes you different. There are people who just want to talk to you just because you have a good tone of voice. You enjoy what you're doing. You enjoy interacting with people. Your tone of voice will help you build trust with people. There's a way that you will sound that will make people trust you and even open up more. Remember, if you have a flat voice and I walk into your office and I can tell your body language is communicating that I'm disturbing you, and your voice now confirms it, I'd never talk to you. I'd not be able to approach you again because of that. So when you understand that your voice actually plays a role of helping you build trust, then you'd want to make sure that it's the right pitch, it's the right tone, it has the right variation. It can be used to influence and persuade. So when I want deadlines to be achieved, I want tasks to be done, I will make sure that my tone of voice is not harsh. I'll make sure that it's not aggressive, but I will make sure that it's full of enthusiasm and appreciation of even the people I'm talking to. Because sometimes at the end of the day, we forget that we're human beings. We all want to be to feel appreciated and wanted. So if that's the kind of tone of voice that I decide to use, I'll use it on everyone, and it cuts across everyone so that people understand this is who I am, this is what I've chosen, this is how I've chosen to be communicating. And with that, maybe there are some issues that I've been dealing with that become, they get sorted out, they get resolved just because my tone of voice has helped me facilitate that, right? Okay, we are done with our first session, and this is your chance to ask me any questions before we call it a day. Comments, concerns?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Temo.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the presentation, the training. It just add up to what that is within our reach or within my reach. Thank you so much, and I look forward to joining you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Yes, Monia.
Thank you, Joy. It was very great day. Today I wake up very early, the time of Morocco, in order to follow your training, because I am very interested in this, in communication.
Yes.
So I learned many things. Thank you so much. I like the way, I like the way when you present about communication. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for the feedback, Monia.
Okay.
Akin?
Hello? Excuse me?
Yes. Yes.
I just want to come back. Are you going to share the literature with us? Are you going to share the presentation with us?
Yes, there will be post-training notes that will be shared.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Akin, your hand is up.
Yes. Thank you, Joy. I really enjoyed the time I spent in the meeting.
Yes.
Your paper is well researched and well delivered. But, because I was on and off,
yes,
I want to ask that, is it possible to have the slides and possibly the audio recording as well? I really appreciate it. That's one. Then number two is to our regional director, Dr. Sifa. I don't know if this can be arranged again for maybe members of my country. Maybe like the executive secretaries around. Maybe we can replicate it for them. It's a question for the regional director. Thank you.
Dr. Sifa, there's a question there for you.
Yes, come again with the question.
Okay.
Hello.
The
Yes.
question is, I said I enjoyed it. It's very educative. So I was just wondering if we can replicate it for the executive secretaries in Nigeria or any interested persons, this communication stuff.
Yeah, thank you very much. Definitely communication is an important part of business, and also which can increase performance in organization.
Hello.
Hello. I'm saying, yes, I echo your sentiment that communication is important, and more so this particular session. And that is why we did organize for it. But unfortunately, we will have bilateral talks with you, but there is money which has to exchange. It means it is not for free. Even ourselves, we are paying for it and paying for you. And as we talk about others who could be interested, definitely we will work on not only this communication, but we have a series of very interesting training topics to share with our members, but they should be ready for it and ready to pay for it. But this one we did sponsor the participation of our members for the simple reason that we do exist because of you. Thank you very much. But we'll have a bilateral with you and look at the modalities.